Ella, welcome to my channel. Pre-law flipper,
Oh
welcome
my
to my
god.
channel. Discord small streamers, welcome to my channel. Streamers social space, welcome to my channel. Alien gathering,
Brother.
welcome to my channel. Nightbot, welcome to
First
my
one.
channel.
The first question got asked a lot,
Trapsnat,
so I'm going to read one from
welcome
Taylor
to my
Conklin.
channel.
But thank you to all
Discord
these names
for
for the
growth,
similar question.
welcome
Since
to my
Rotjaw does
channel.
electrical damage that
Commander
saps
Root,
your stamina, do you think
welcome
they will
to my
add
channel.
that as another status
Stream
effect
elements,
/ debuff in the future?
welcome to
Stun
my
bombs,
channel.
Tesla guns, electrical bullets, etc. So, for a little context very quickly, Rotjaw has this area of effect attack, which, yeah, looks a lot like electricity, and I've actually talked about adding electricity to the game multiple times, even in this series of videos. The reason I think it's worth a revisit is because we've actually seen this effect with Rotjaw that looks like electricity, kind of. I mean, the sound design is there, the visuals are there, and the more I think about it, the more ideas come to mind, and I'll tell you a few of them. I should also point out David Fifield has said specifically that Crytek doesn't want a steampunk hunt showdown, and I think electric weapons might skew toward that theme. Also, the electric looking effect isn't actually electricity, I'm pretty sure. I think it's supposed to be corrupt energy, similar to the lightning effect when you banish a boss, or the lightning that marks the bounty carrier in Darksight. But electricity sounds fun, and I think there's room for it, so let's talk about why. Okay, all the other ammo types have interesting interactions with hunters and the environment. Fire can detonate barrels or burn off health bars. It also creates a necessity for choke bombs. Poison can prevent healing and attract meatheads. Dum-dum ammo and other rending damage weapons are probably the easiest to deal with, but there are so many things that can make you bleed. It adds a lot of variety to the combat. Bear traps, concertina, etc.
Welcome to my channel.
Now, add electricity to the mix and I can imagine so many different interactions. The obvious one is generators used to power
Are you
electric traps
fucking
or charge
sick?
electric weapons. I've been playing a lot of Texas Chainsaw
Brother,
Massacre, and the electrified
what is
exits
this?
in the game create interesting gameplay interactions. Let me know if you want to see a video on that game. Anyway, we all know metal is highly conductive, and just think of how you could apply it to hunt. Perhaps a deployable electric trap that could make the bear trap do a bit more damage or drain a victim's stamina. You could electrify the drop gates at the entrances of compounds. You could also combine it with concertina. There's so many options. And I'm just going to say something, and you have to promise not to be mad. Okay, you promise. The concept of defibrillation was demonstrated in 1899. I'm just saying, if you want to expand the game, add more interesting interactions, carry hunt for another 5 years, electricity is untapped potential. Electric shots that can maybe arc on multiple targets, but with a little less damage could be interesting.
Okay.
Most importantly, whatever the electric weapons could be, they would probably need to be on the bulky, cumbersome side, so maybe in the same class as the bomb lance or the nitro.
Welcome to my
will we
channel.
see electricity in the game? Probably not anytime soon, but distantly, I could see it as a possibility. The next question comes from I hate X. What do you think about adding more variety to the AI? Examples could be zombie nurses that drop syringes and zombie prospectors that drop dynamite sticks. To start my answer for this question, am I the only one that's still bummed out you can't pick up the torches or the weapons dropped by grunts, like the pistol grunt and the torch grunts? Like, I understand they pose more risk around barrels, or they can, like, give your location away, but also kind of like, what's the point? Hard to tell if we can't pick those pistols up because of shifting priorities for the dev team, or if that was just never the intent, but I do wish you could. So anyway, yeah, I see this discussion a lot. I'm all for new grunts. A nurse that drops a syringe could be cool, same for the prospector. The only concern I have about those is maybe they could make syringes and dynamite too prevalent. With the doctor grunt, you have to return to the drop medkit to heal, but if you find a syringe, you can take that with you and probably bail yourself out of a dire situation. Dynamite isn't overpowered on its own, but say you find 2 or 3 of these grunts, and you now have 3 dynamite sticks, which is much more effective than just 1. Seriously though, if you struggle to get kills with dynamite, bring 2. So how that affects the loot is one concern, and there are already so many resources you can find in the world. To be honest, I would be very surprised if we saw any new grunts before the drop of the next map, which is stated to have a new biome complete with new assets. We never did see the minor grunts on DeSalle make their way to Stillwater or Lawson. I'm guessing it's just more work than it's worth. So do I want new grunts? Sure, if they don't give everyone too many tools to survive a fight, but I also wouldn't expect any new grunts until the new map, and even then, maybe not. The next question comes from Ursulus. Do you think a more destructible environment would be a good addition? I know it would be a hell of a lot to program,
Lurks.
but as a thought
Welcome
experiment,
to my channel.
maybe like Rainbow Six Siege. I think about this too, and I like your idea, but I don't like the example. Rainbow Six Siege was built with that level of destruction in mind. Small maps where you can make holes in walls, floors, and ceilings. All that is really cool, and it's one of the reasons Siege is one of my most played games on the Xbox. The destruction really appealed to me. But that being said, Hunt wasn't designed with destruction in mind at all. I mean, not really. Although there are other games which have what I'm going to call micro destruction, small, deliberate, breakable objects that affect gameplay but don't necessarily graduate to a physics sandbox. Specifically, I'm thinking about the boards in Metro Last Light that you could fall through if you put too much weight on them. That could shake up the vertical gameplay in Hunt Showdown, some weak flooring sections or areas that you could break through on a roof. Maybe the scaffolding that is often used as a way to fix some pathing within compounds could also be weakened with explosive ammo. Another example is the breakable doors in Dead by Daylight that killers can use to create new pathways. To be fair, we already have that kind of with the barricaded doors that you can either unlock by shooting the bar or just break them down with an axe or something. I like that stuff, and it gives options in combat, and Hunt is a game about decisions and mistakes. However, I imagine adding destruction to 3 existing maps and then 1 new one would be a lot of work for not that much payoff really, and I just can't see Crytek doing it on a large scale. Would it be cool? Sure, but if it does happen, it would be on the very distant horizons, I think, and probably not until after the engine upgrade, if at all. Cool idea though, and maybe we can see more environmental stuff as we get closer to map 4. The next question comes from Overse. What do you think about Hunt getting too many weapons at one point in the future? Do you think it will hinder its quality or make it better? That's an interesting question. With every new update, players have come to expect new content, and in the case of Hunt Showdown, that often means new weapons or ammo types. But if Hunt Showdown has another 5 years in the tank, it stands to reason that eventually we will have like too many weapons. Is that a thing? I don't know. Let's say it's too many to balance effectively. There are still some unfilled niches and plenty of weapons that can still receive new variants. But it stands to reason that eventually we might reach a point where some weapons need to be vaulted or put in cold storage to keep them out of rotation for a season. Are we anywhere near that mark? No, I don't think so. But I do agree that it's worth considering. The interesting gray area is how does Crytek do that when people have paid money to acquire specific skins for specific weapons and variants. Anytime a weapon gets sent to the vault, all the people that love that weapon would be up in arms. Would I care if the uppercut got taken away for a few months? No. But a lot of people would. However, come for the bomb lance and I'd be protesting too. Personally, I think Crytek is doing a good job at finding niches for new weapons to fill, and even when there is an overlap, there's at least characteristic differences that give us the variety we seek. I think the worst aspect of Hunt balance currently is that the Hunt economy doesn't really mean that much, so I'd love to see progress there first before we worry about vaulting weapons. The next question comes from Jeroni. What are your favorite and least favorite parts of doing a video / being a content creator? If you stopped doing content creation, what would you do? My favorite part about being a content creator is also my least favorite part. I like that I have this hobby that's also kind of a revenue source, which means that I can play my favorite game guilt-free. Maybe make some videos about the things I'm doing in game, and as is the case with this format of video, just talk about ideas and engage with other players and even drive discussion in some parts. That's cool to me and has never been lost to me that it's a fortunate position to be in. However, because it's kind of a job, it also has the drawbacks of the job. Sometimes playing Hunt feels like working rather than relaxing. Sometimes I don't have any creativity flowing, and making a video feels like hard work. I've discovered I'm prone to burnout, and I think it's because a hobby to unwind is now also my job. I mean, I also have a normal, like 9 to 5, 40-hour week, but this hobby contributes to it as well. I have a lot of thoughts on content creation, probably too long for this answer, but I will say I've never committed to it fully. I guess you could say I have permanent reservations about it, caring about video performance, having constant, let's say, feedback weird cycles of crunch and grind. I've often said to my girlfriend that being a content creator made me a worse person, in part because it's all consuming. Running a channel or streaming all the time, you put a lot of yourself into it, and you don't have time to like read a book or travel or see family or just like do nothing. If you're not careful, you can be hollowed out after a few years. And I look at the landscape of the top content creators that consistently pull headlines like Logan Paul or XQC or iShowSpeed, whatever name you think of. It's just like, yeah, maybe this industry is a little empty. Maybe it does something to people that isn't really that great. But in a similar vein, there are people like John and Hank Green, Corridor Crew, Winter Garden, and they're using YouTube to drive their passion. But if I wasn't making videos, I'd probably still want a creative outlet. So I don't know. Maybe I'd rather. Now it's time for the fun rapid fire section where the questions are short and the answers are too. Sorry if that last one got too real. Let's hop into it. The first one comes from Jacob Kuzelka. For a quick answer, would you like to see a ping icon for traps, like you do for ammo boxes, medkits, special ammo? It would be, in my opinion, better for team play when other players want to spam ping on traps all the time. Yes, please. I like Crytek as a person that plays random skills. I'm a bit peeved how slow they've been to improve that experience. I don't want to debuff in MMR. I like to leave people in my rating, but please offer some parity in the communication. Why can't I just VoIP to my teammates? Why is the ping just 2 or 3 symbols? Give us more communication options. The next question comes from Aram Choo-Choo. What do you think about adding a loot vault to hunt? I'm not really sure what would be in the vault, but it could be an interesting sub-objective to fight over. Marauders tried this. The points of interest were these raid-style smaller sections of the map, and usually they had a high-value vault that you could get into. It makes some cool gameplay moments, but game loot like Marauders, the Cycle, Tarkov, it has never really appealed to me personally. I don't care how valuable these steel pipes are, or gunpowder, or whatever crafting material. So I don't know. I guess they could put money in it, but that seems kind of cheap. Weapons like the nitro, but that feels like the recipe for disaster. It's a cool idea. I don't think it works when bounty is the desired objective instead of lootable items. But there are the little arsenals around the map. You can find one in the arsenal. So, you know, it's already there, kind of, but not really. The next question comes from Finter. I'm gonna say it's that. The best and worst boss in your opinion? I can kill the butcher all day, so that one's probably the best one to me. The assassin and the spider are annoying without a stamina shot, so it's probably between those two. The next question comes from G71, the 7th sector. With the new shooting range, do you think they will add more area segments and allow us to up the number of people watching your video the other day with PvP in that area? It's really fun. I want it. I'm glad you enjoyed that video where I was playing with David Fifield's shooting range. I don't think we'll see more sections of the shooting range, but maybe we'll get custom lobbies for it. It would be cool to do more videos. The last question comes from Chris McPhee. Given the 10-year span of life hunting, what is your production vision? Where do you see your channel in 5 years? And what else will Home be undertaking in line and profession? Small follow-up to my longer answer from earlier. I have no idea. If I'm still doing videos, hopefully I've started to include other games and topics into that. I wanted to make a hunt channel, so I made one. I wanted to hit 50k subs, and I did. I wanted to be a Crytek partner, and I did that. Last goal on the roadmap is a creator skin, and then maybe 100k subs, but I kind of slowed down a little bit. So I'll figure it out, but I'm not sure. And that concludes this episode of At Home, but the discussion doesn't end there. Let me know your thoughts about today's questions. Do you want electric ammo? What environmental destruction interests you? Do we need more grunts? Let me know down below, and until the next video.
Party's full. Gotta go.
Okay, so this next song is going out to my girlfriend. You know who... What? Larian Studios actually sponsored this video? Oh, guys, I just beat Baldur's Gate 3 just last night, and if you have not played it yet, you are doing yourself a huge disservice. The game is unanimously amazing. From beginning to end, I could not put it down. We played as a group on PC, and I played it by myself on a PS5, and both experiences were phenomenal. Click the link below, say thank you to Larian for sponsoring our channel, and start your own unique adventure today, guys.
Okay. Fires the cannon. All right. La 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 la. Looks like you got the meat part. I mean, what can I do? What can I do? Oh. Yes.
Diablo 4, the $50, for example, and all of the high value and high dollar items were
significant language-based learning disabilities, could write better,
than non-disabled 7th graders can now.
If you're gonna tell me Diablo 4's peak player count was more than double the highest game on Steam ever, I don't believe it without evidence. Especially whenever this game has a $70 price tag. I want evidence. I'm not saying it's a lie, but I want evidence. Where are the receipts?
Current player base peaked at almost 7 million players. Long queue times and celebrities partook in the ride. Everybody thought this was the game they were going to call home.
I wish they had spent this money on making the game good. Maybe then people would still play it.
For a while. Now, there are as little as 400 people watching Diablo 4 on Twitch. Players are forced to complete world bosses and events completely on their own, and player population dropped by over 99%. The economy between Eternal and population
how do we get this number again?
Dropped by over 99%. The economy between Eternal and Seasonal Realms have been destroyed by rampant bugs. Season 1 content was an absolute disaster, and Season 2 looks to be the exact...
I mean, because I just don't believe that over 0.66% of people still play. I think maybe they lost 99.8, maybe 99.7, but only 99.3? Oh, guys, come on. Come on, it's way more than that.
Same. How did this happen? Where did this once beloved franchise go wrong? And what will it take to fix it? Today I'm going to explore the timeline of Diablo 4 from pre-release to what the game is now. Grab a cup of coffee and settle in, because this is the complete timeline of how Diablo 4 became the biggest disappointment in gaming history.
I don't know if it's the biggest disappointment, but it's a disappointment.
Of course, I want to give a big thank you to the YouTube subscription members who keep this dream alive by directly supporting the channel. We truly could...
Aren't those stats you only showed PC? Yeah, they are only PC.
Couldn't do it without you, and we'll talk a little bit more about this later. Now, ever since the late 90s, Blizzard Entertainment has been a staple in the gaming world, making some of the most popular and beloved gaming franchises of all time.
I had this.
The Warcraft trilogy,
I had this.
StarCraft,
I had
Diablo,
this.
Hearthstone,
I didn't have
Overwatch,
this.
and their most popular, the World of Warcraft.
I had that one too.
The Diablo franchise in particular was a real heavy hitter.
Yeah.
It embodied the true heart and...
Bro, like, it's like, this is what Diablo used to be. Right there. You see that? That used to be Diablo.
Heart and soul of what the company stood for at the time. An incredible RPG gaming experience that is a mix of fantasy and dark gothic horror that many people across the world just couldn't put down.
Like,
Diablo 2 released...
I actually feel bad I haven't played Diablo 2 and Diablo 1.
The year 2000 and had a profound impact on the gaming world and revolutionized the ARPG genre. The social aspect alone fostered a sense of community among players, paving the way for future online multiplayer games. And if you didn't want to play online, you didn't have to. The game left a permanent mark on the gaming world by introducing multiplayer features, innovative gameplay mechanics, expansion packs, and DLCs that influenced countless titles that followed it. This iconic...
Diablo was a, Diablo was like Dark Souls. Where, like, Dark Souls created a genre. And Diablo also kind of created a genre. And I know, obviously, like, there are other games before Dark Souls that are like Dark Souls, or other games before Diablo that are like Diablo. But, like, they popularized it and turned it into a standard.
The game remains relevant even 2 decades after its initial release, leaving people hooked to this day. By the time Diablo 3 went into production, a whole new development team was in place. And in many eyes, this time period was the beginning of the end for Blizzard's team. With the game finally launching on May 15th, 2012,
and this was such a pop. You guys have to remember, like, Diablo 3 was a massive cock. And a lot of people weren't around for it, or they don't remember it the same way I do. I remember it. It sucked.
This Error 37 plagued the internet, leaving countless players...
It was the highest trending hashtag on Twitter in the entire world. The night of Diablo 3 release. Error 37. And I said that Blizzard... I remember what I said about Diablo 4 is that they don't have the balls to make the disconnect error 37. They should have done it.
In limbo on launch day.
This is a message to the people who work for Blizzard. Can't even play
he was so good.
This is bullshit. This is bullshit. I paid money, cash money, dollar money, cash money.
The auction house, doing more harm than good, gave you the opportunity as a player to spend hundreds of dollars of your hard-earned real-life money on items in the game.
By the way, I actually don't think that the real money auction house had any sort of a negative effect on Diablo 3. Because people bought and sold items for real money on D2JSP for years. I actually don't think that it had a massive impact at all. I think that the game was just bad.
And this benefited Blizzard.
And also, keep in mind, see, again, people that don't remember what I remember. So the Diablo 3 auction house actually had a cap of both 2 billion gold and also $250. Which means that if you had an item that had a value of more than $250, you could not effectively sell it on the auction house. So you had to use it through a third-party website like D2JSP. Obviously, there was the Echo and Fury selling for $20,000 or $50,000. That was the most popular one. But many of the other ones also were sold for $1,000, $2,000, maybe $350, for example. And all of the high-value and high-dollar items were actually sold off-platform. And it's ironic, again, that this is seen as like such a bad thing when the majority of the major transactions that occurred were not even with the auction house. Again, people don't remember what it really was. I do, because I sold items on it. Great.
Greatly because they took a $1 cut on every successful auction.
Yeah.
And with the game's insane levels of progressive difficulty, it meant that if you wanted to progress in the game effectively, the perfect gear was just in wallet's reach for nearly 2 years until it was finally removed. It took many years of innovation to bring Diablo 3 to where it is.
I'll say again, I think that towards the end of its lifespan, after Diablo 3 was improved, that Reaper of Souls was an overall downgrade to the game, and removing trading caused more negatives than positives. I would rather have RMT and trading than not have any trading. That's what I think.
Today, DLCs, seasons being...
Oh, by the way... Oh, Bad Pig! Oh, no! Really? Well, then why is Path of Exile the better game? Even though it does that. Shut the fuck up, stupid. You don't know shit.
Being implemented, greater rifts, and non-stop updates for nearly 10 years. A game with a disastrous launch and some fundamental problems with its core design has grown into one of Blizzard's most long-lasting and beloved games that is currently being played and viewed as much as Diablo 4.
I really don't like this revisionism. Diablo 3 was a horrible game. It was a horrible game, period. It's still horrible. I think it sucked. I played it thousands of hours. That's how I know it sucks.
Now, with 3 games in the franchise under its belt, Blizzard was looking to announce Diablo 4 at BlizzCon. But with the horrific Diablo Immortal announcement at BlizzCon 2018...
With Android and iOS, we don't have any plans at the moment to do PC. Do you guys not have phones?
Yeah, you guys all have phones, right?
Trying to build excitement for yet another...
Blizzard is the worst company.
Their Blizzard game is something that seems very grim in today's world. The once king of kings in game development has fallen very far from what they once were.
Bro, I remember I watched this. This was like 2 years ago whenever this came out.
They're hoping their heavy hitter franchise like Diablo can once again spark life into the cold, bitter shell Blizzard is today. It all started with a grand announcement at BlizzCon, building hype and
that trailer, dude.
Amongst
This trailer was awesome. I really liked it.
Easily being one of their greatest cinematics to date,
Yeah.
the Diablo 4 announcement trailer left fans excited and happy to see Blizzard attempt and return to their truly dark and gothic roots of Diablo 2. Once the announcement trailer dropped, Blizzard was officially on the clock from the fans. And then, disaster struck.
More than 1,500 Activision Blizzard employees are calling for the resignation of the company's CEO, Bobby Kotick.
He's still the CEO. They didn't know this. They thought they were in their world. No. They were in Bobby's world. Bro, he's the main character. They're just like NPCs.
That Kotick had known about things, and he also had threatened to have the system killed at one point.
Yeah, again, not in jail, massively successful. He made $200 billion off of the purchase from Microsoft, and he has multiple helicopters, multiple yachts. He is, again, the main character.
The company began to truly unravel midway through the development in 2021, with a major lawsuit against Activision Blizzard being filed for a near 2-year running investigation into the company from the state of California. Between the sexual allegations, unfair and unethical treatment toward women in the workplace, and more dark, evil secrets being surfaced, hundreds of employees at Blizzard walk out to protest against this frat boy culture, and even more quit or step down from the company, leaving everything in disarray. And Diablo 4 was no exception to this. The ongoing sexual harassment lawsuit took a major toll on Blizzard. And
bro, like, look at all the people that left. Like, I mean, I guess this guy, yeah, I kind of just got rid of him. But like, fucking Jeff, Ben Brode, this is the guy that makes, what's it called? Marvel Snap now.
And the company bled high-quality developers and talent rapidly. In Blizzard's earning reports for investors, they clearly stated that it has become apparent that some of the Blizzard content planned for the next year will benefit from more development time to reach its full potential. They also said they need extra time to complete production and continue growing their creative resources to support the titles after launch. Though not stated explicitly, the wording in the report implies that neither Overwatch 2 or Diablo 4 will launch before 2023. So with no other option, Diablo 4 was officially delayed.
I don't like the looks of this.
For a
Good thing that happened.
while during this time, Blizzard did what they do best: feed and prey off the nostalgia of previous games from their fans. The nostalgia of the great times this company once had. They went down the line and re-released titles of all their beloved games. Classic World of Warcraft.
Like Warcraft 3. How about that?
Warcraft, which led to what is now the re-release of the Wrath of the Lich King. Warcraft Reforged, which is a
They have WoW tokens in Wrath of the Lich King now. Isn't that cool? So now you can buy gold.
Disaster. And finally, Diablo 2 Resurrected.
Which, by the way, Diablo 2 Resurrected, I've only heard good things about. This is like the one time where like they did it right and it was good.
They knew that by releasing these games, it would make them hundreds of millions of dollars and give them more time to try and develop something new that the fans would come to love once again. But time and time after, they fail to follow through with that promise and always come up short. With the new day and age of Blizzard's monetization, where they squeeze everything they can take, it finally took its toll. Classic era of World of Warcraft having expansion.
Mad Season was right. Nobody wanted to hear it. I said it. This is my favorite thing. Is that I said the same thing that Mad Season said, but Reddit fucking hates me. So I was so happy whenever Mad Season made this video, because I was like, yeah, see, now you're gonna have to fucking, so you're gonna have to agree with me. Yes, and like everybody was like, yeah, this is really bad. The Dark Portal Pass. Oh my god. The beginning of the end, yep, there it is.
Impact passes, character boost, and now a new WoW token across expansions, where you can literally buy gold with real-life money.
Like, how do people just gloss over that? Like, what the fuck? You can just buy gold. You can buy gold and buy anything. Dude, what the fuck?
Overwatch 2 being a copy of Overwatch 1 with egregious monetization and broken promises of new content and story that never came to light. Warcraft Reforged being a reskin with even more broken promises. At this point in time, it seems as if the company continues to make the wrong decisions based on greed and simply takes advantage of its player base across every game they've ever developed. We had no...
I also don't think that it's entirely because of greed. I actually think that the people that make the game genuinely don't know what they're doing. I really mean that. I actually think they don't know what they're doing. You're not going to tell me that some sort of executive told them to make the fireballs on Uber Lowit's platform the same color as the platform. Bobby Kotick didn't come into the developer's office and tell them to code it that way. They did that on their own. They're incompetent, and it's obvious.
Choice. The only thing we can do now is hope that Diablo 4 doesn't follow this sad and beat down pattern. And for many others, including myself, This would be Blizzard's last chance at repairing what is a betrayed and broken relationship.
Oh, get the fuck out of here. Can somebody please, like, it's over. Fucking find this guy, like, let's write this down on a sheet of paper, and whenever Diablo 5 comes out, let's see what he says. Get the fuck out of here. No, it's not. You really think you're gonna write a fucking essay about this? Bro, bro, Bobby's got his claws in you so deep, you don't even know they're there anymore. You really think you're gonna write out a fucking essay and then stop playing the game? Get the fuck... Dude, this guy's probably still playing Diablo 4.
Between us and what used to be
He's one of the
magical
3 people that still is.
So, stop holding out hope that Blizzard is going to come back. Hey, everyone who founded Blizzard, all the principles that Blizzard was founded on, are dead.
Oh,
They've
that's
been
not
desecrated.
good.
Let Blizzard go. That's my main message, is let Blizzard go.
My mom bought me the... Oh, I used to have it next to me. I had to go put that back up. I remember my mom bought me a shirt just like... That's actually so fucking cool for me to see. Because my mom bought me a shirt on the release of Burning Crusade. I remember I wore it to school the next day.
Come back if you need anything.
Or the day after, actually.
Appreciate what was created back when it was done. Stop holding out
for me
hope
at the midnight release.
Hope. Hope is all that remains.
Yep.
In August of 2022, Blizzard announced
Alpha playtest.
their Diablo 4 Alpha playtest, running for friends and family of Blizzard employees.
By the way, can we even get this hairstyle in Diablo? I'm pretty sure we can't. Like the iconic, the iconic Necromancer hairstyle. We can't get it. You can in Immortal. I said it once. We gonna say it again. Diablo Immortal has a better character creator than Diablo 4. And it's not even close.
Jason Schreier, a Bloomberg reporter, states on Twitter, "A bunch of people are playing an early build of Diablo 4 right now thanks to a friends and family alpha test. These players are under NDA, but I'm hearing mostly positive buzz."
Understandable.
Schreier also noted that there are no microtransactions in the alpha build, so players won't have much of an idea what to expect from monetization. Although, Blizzard has previously confirmed that small Diablo 4 purchases will be cosmetic only, aside from larger story expansions.
Which has been true, by the way. Diablo has not implemented any pay-to-win into the game. They have not implemented any pay-for-convenience into the game. And whenever they do, I will be very happy because I'll be able to farm, I think, probably 5 videos off of that, depending on what they add. So I'm looking forward to them adding that into the game, but it just hasn't happened yet. You
Months
still have
later,
a bet with that guy? I do. So if anybody forgot about this, I have a standing bet with a guy that I told him I would buy him every single item in the Diablo 4 cash shop if 6 months after the game they had any form of stash tabs to be sold or storage for sale. So we're almost 4 months through. I've only got 2 months left. I think I'm gonna make it.
Diablo 4 endgame beta invites go out in October of 2022, and the playtest officially begins. The playtest itself gave lucky testers a chance to go up against Lilith in the post-campaign Sanctuary and test out Diablo 4's endgame modes and instances. This included the Whispers of the Dead system, the progressively challenging Nightmare Dungeons, region-wide Helltides, the Fields of Hatred PvP, and the Paragon Board progression system. This was the only endgame test they hosted before launch, with enough time to make changes. And this
also keep in mind, apparently this endgame test was very short.
This is going to be important and a big conversation topic later. A couple months after that, a massive article comes out on the Washington Post stating that Diablo 4 developers are working overtime to meet the release deadline, and it also includes their own staff, stating there is mismanagement and disturbing script changes that might contribute to delays. It's a process.
I'm gonna say it again. I don't give a fuck. Like, this is not my problem. Like, I think that this is, like, there has been this like weird cultural shift where the players are meant to feel sorry for the developers, and it's like, we do commiserate. It does suck that you had to push the game out early. We understand that. It sucks. But if you push out a bad product, it's not the customer's responsibility to eat that cost. Like, how many of you guys have, like, you work somewhere and there's crunch time. Yeah, I mean, it happens. Now, I will say that it is indicative of what is crunch time indicative of. It is indicative of poor planning, bad decision making, and whenever you're in a rush to do something, it's probably not going to be as good.
That's been plagued by mismanagement and employees being promised perks for working late evenings and weekends outside of regular work hours. But employees stated they were simply negligible perks, such as a $25 DoorDash credit if they worked more than 10 hours a day.
Wow, that's almost as bad as the rewards in game. I wonder if the rewards designer for Diablo 4 also does the rewards for the company. Oh, you know what? They probably fired that guy because he was giving people too much stuff, and they hired the guy that did Overwatch 2 instead.
They described a mounting sense of dissatisfaction and malice amongst employees as they endured leadership change constantly, and that the Diablo team has been losing talent for over a year as employees look for more competitive wages and better work conditions elsewhere.
Yeah.
Activision Blizzard...
Why would you want to work at Blizzard right now? The company's a meme. You get constantly assumed that you're like somehow complicit with the sexual harassment stuff. The pay sucks. Where's the upside here?
CEO Bobby Kotick attributed the company's stock price drop to the game delay of Diablo 4 and Overwatch 2.
He was probably right.
Rather than the ongoing sexual harassment lawsuit filed against the company in July.
I agree with Bobby. I think he's right about this. I think that if Diablo 4 came out and it was really good, and Overwatch 2 came out and it was as good as people wanted it to be, nobody would have cared about the lawsuits. Like, the truth is that Riot and Ubisoft had these same problems that Blizzard had. But the difference is that with Riot, at least, it had a very good community of people that liked their games. So nobody really cared about this, because you have to keep in mind that these lawsuits came out at the exact same time that World of Warcraft, which is Blizzard's biggest game, was in the worst state that it's ever been in. So it's like, not only is the game bad, but you're also fucking around at work? Like, what is this, right? So I think Bobby's right. I don't think the lawsuit would have had any impact on the company whatsoever if the current games were good.
Oh, see the intruder!
2021. He quotes, "I think what affected the stock price more than the sexual harassment investigation is pushing out the release dates of Overwatch 2 and Diablo 4. His comments frustrated some of the company's developers who felt he was blaming them unfairly, stating,
it's true. Yeah, he's right.
We felt very much like he just drove the bus over on top of us. As you can see, the relationship and chemistry within the company seems to begin crumbling. A person familiar with senior leadership found the performance shares unnecessary and even destructive, arguing that they incentivize leadership to cut corners.
I will say, keep in mind that the reason why they had to delay was partially because of the lawsuits. So the lawsuits did indirectly cause the staff loss. So if you're an internal person at the company, it actually makes sense that they were unhappy about it, and I can see their perspective. But ultimately, if those games had come out, then I don't think the stock would have gone down. So it's like, yes, but indirectly.
And ship products that are not ready to be released instead of doing what is the best thing for the long-term value creation.
Wow, shipping products that are not ready to be released. I can't believe that. And it's what's not best for long-term value creation? Really? I had no idea.
Employees state they just went to work every day and got angry. Either...
I don't know why, I just find that so fucking funny. It's just like the players.
Because the tools were slow, or they simply did not like the game that much.
Jesus.
They also stated that it wasn't just employees that left. It was many with institutional knowledge and decades of experience, leaving brand new employees and developers brought in from elsewhere to fill in. Diablo...
I will have to say, I do, like, J. Allen Brack, I feel like, and this is somebody who, like, actually talks shit about me directly. right? Like, somebody emailed them, they're like, what do you think about Asmongold? J. Allen Brack himself apparently responded to this email. He thinks, like, oh, he doesn't know shit. And it's like, okay, fine, right? I can appreciate the honesty. But, like, the dude, I did the math, and, like, within 6 months of him becoming the president, the lawsuit happened. Bro, he got left holding the bag. And I think it's obvious, right? Like, look at the picture. Was his hair that color whenever he left? No.
4's unannounced internal
He's a
release
dick,
date went
but
from
damn.
2021
All his
to
fault.
December of 2022, then got pushed back further to April 2023, and then finally June of 2023. A former employee stated, "We're at the point where they're not willing to delay the game anymore. So we all just have to go."
I don't think it would have mattered if they delayed the game more, because Blizzard's problem was that they weren't willing to respond to feedback. So it doesn't really matter how long you're going to delay. Like, they could have delayed Shadowlands for 5 years and they still would have released it with Covenants. So it wasn't the delay wasn't the problem. The problem was the mechanics, the design.
Go along and figure out how much we're willing to hurt ourselves to make sure the game gets released in a good enough state. To help Diablo 4 get over the finish line, Activision Blizzard enlisted industry veterans such as Rod Ferguson. Rod would hold weekly Zoom meetings known as Rodcasts, which during them he would talk about celebrities he'd met in movies he enjoys.
It's like, I know obviously people are supposed to get mad about this, but it is kind of funny.
Outsiders aren't welcome here.
Like, because at least with this guy, it feels like you're not getting like a corporate shill.
You know? That not much actually came out of this discussion, stating, "To me, he came off as a bit of a clout chaser about where he came from, like Gears of War. We all thought he was going to come in and fix the game. And when nothing happened, that's when you started to see this massive turn." The Blizzard Entertainment company that was once so dedicated to quality and putting out the best product they possibly can is currently rushing out Diablo 4 in a good enough state.
Every game gets released in a good enough state that's live service. That's the truth. They all do. So it's like, I don't see this being really a problem. The problem is that they didn't respond to feedback fast enough. People said they didn't like doing Renown in the beta. People said they didn't like losing the reset instance button. The problem is that they made changes to fix problems that nobody had. And they just made the game worse in a number of ways just to make things take longer. So, like, the problem really wasn't the release. It wasn't the developers. They didn't listen.
Employees and team members who don't get along, and leaders who are poor at taking care of their team members. All of this inside of an environment that is polluted with greed and numbers more than anything. With launch just a few months away, Diablo 4 is looking... On February 21st, the developers officially released the Inside the World of Sanctuary video, where they had many developers speak upon the art direction, environment, monsters, gameplay innovations, and world building. They made promises and stated they wanted to bring the game back toward Diablo 2.
We wanted to bring Diablo 4 artistically.
They did. The art in Diablo 4 is great. They did. I think it's great. I like it. Now, I do wish there is a grim, bleak, masculine, fatalistic tone that Diablo 2 has, that Diablo 4 does not even come close to. However, I will settle for Diablo 4.
And more back towards like Diablo 2, the much darker style.
And they also emphasize non-repetitive gameplay features.
So you never feel like you're always doing the same thing. The pacing is always a little bit different.
On March 1st, they released a video showing the gameplay trailer for the beta early access of Diablo 4, announcing that you could play the game on March 17th through March 19th if you pre-purchase the $90 Digital Deluxe or $100 Ultimate Edition of the game. The $100 Ultimate Edition gives you the advantage to play up to 4 days early over everything else,
which, in my opinion, again, I think the early access to play games early is awful, it's player unfriendly, it's stupid, it's a waste of money, and if I was making a game, I would do it. It's a good idea.
The accelerated seasonal battle pass unlock, mounts, cosmetics, emotes, and even rewards for their other Blizzard games such as World of Warcraft.
Yeah, you get that now. That fucking flying thing. I think this is all totally fine. Like, I don't care about this stuff. An ARPG? Oh, about the gameplay repetitive? Yeah, I really don't care about this. This had nothing to do with me being bad.
Diablo Immortal and Diablo 3. By this point, it is very well known that Diablo 4 was going to have a battle pass that was cosmetic only, and a big reward for buying this set of editions.
And it was
a small boost through the battle pass. It's important to note that the battle pass was not available until the launch of 1, which didn't come until a month and a half after the game's launch.
You had to complete
the early access weekend for Diablo 4 arrived, and the game was in the hands of the public, allowing you to go up to level 25. This weekend was only available to players who have pre-ordered the Digital Deluxe Edition, and you could play as the Barbarian, Rogue, or Sorcerer. It only allows you to play through Diablo 4's prologue in one zone, and that is Fractured Peaks.
And this first beta was very well received. I enjoyed it a lot.
Again, no endgame testing. At first, the servers were plagued with horrendous queue times and error codes. A simple explanation is that there is a repeating cycle going on where players would sit in a sometimes over hour-long queue, finally get logged into the game, to only then get disconnected and be put back in an even longer queue after about 5 to 10 minutes of playing. This continued through most of the night until Blizzard put out a patch that seemingly fixed the problem. This angered many people because they spent additional money to play that said early access weekend, and it started to raise some eyebrows.
I don't think that at the beginning, did they sell early, like, I don't like this idea, like, oh, I bought the early access, like, I don't know about that. Like, I don't think it was sold with that value add, but maybe it was, I'm not sure. Point is, like, this was bad, but it's still just a beta thing.
Browse in the community. Overall, though,
from it's a test, guys. It's a beta test. Like, it's a fucking beta test. Like, what the fuck?
Gameplay perspective, people were relatively happy with Diablo 4 as a game so far.
Yeah, they were.
But of course, there were concerns, and there were a few in particular that stood out to the community. And like a dagger coated in poison, issues that seemingly never went away. Some of these include that there isn't anything in Diablo 4 that's redefining what an ARPG can be. Tedious grinds that you're forced to do and aren't even fun the first time, including Renown, Altars of Lilith, waypoints, and instead of it being fun challenges, it was simply a Google search to find the location and run around and collect them all.
I thought that doing Renown once was okay. And I know that some people were unhappy about that opinion, but I actually think that it was okay. But the problem was having to do it every season, and for multiple characters, etc.
UI across the board needed work.
And I will go even farther. I think that you should not have included side quests into the Renown calculation, because what that caused people to do was speedrun the side quests, and some of the side quests were genuinely good, but because there was a goal attached to them, people ignored them because they just wanted to achieve the goal.
Being forced to play online and having no offline mode worried player bases about server stability, and
I don't care about having an offline mode. I think this is a complete false problem, and there's only a handful of people that actually care about this, or they would use it. The truth is that Diablo 3 had an offline mode. This is like... It's like such a fucking red herring. It's totally fucking irrelevant.
It felt like Diablo 4 wasn't created with the same heart as Diablo 1 and 2 were. Little did they know, it only got much worse moving forward. The open beta weekend arrived, allowing everybody openly to play the game, and all 5 classes up to level 25.
Everybody says bad take. No, I don't think so. I think everybody has the internet, and it is fine something to complain about because it's not the same as the old games. I think they're totally fucking off their rocker. I think it's a made-up problem that boomers have because it's not like video games were in the 90s. It's just total bullshit. Like, of course everybody has the internet. Like, oh wow, you're gonna lag out in a game. Yeah, well, your internet can die too. Like, your computer can die. Like, who cares? Just don't play hardcore. Except hardcore players signed because of DCs. If you're playing hardcore in a video game, you are signing up to have your time wasted. I have no sympathy for any hardcore player that dies to anything stupid in a video game because it is a pointless method of difficulty. It's stupid. So if you're gonna sign up to live on the razor's edge and you fall off, that's not my problem. You shouldn't have done that. You're intentionally handicapping yourself for no reason. It's silly. Yeah, I think that the whole idea of having an always online mode being an actual problem, I think that nobody really cares about that and people just pretend to care.
Immediately, players are noticing the difference in power between the Druid and the Necromancer, and coming to the conclusion that classes like the Barbarian and the Druid lag behind significantly in terms of kill speed, unlike the other classes leveling.
Which, ironically, again, the Barbarian was the best class at the beginning, but it just felt so bad to play. People want offline so they can cheat. Guys, you're not going to convince me. You're not going to convince. I think it's just stupid. I think people are completely faking it, and it doesn't actually move the needle at all. I think it's complete fake outrage. Nobody is actually not going to buy a game because of that. I don't think it's true.
The balance was so bad about the Druid that memes were being made, and the class was nothing but a laughing stock.
17 damage.
Oh no!
Players feel as though
that was probably the best meme out of Diablo 4.
That the game is missing key features such as the gem tab, skill loadouts, more bank storage, inventory filters, and more quality of life features that are widely seen across gaming. Between the issues with the early access and open beta weekends, players are starting to believe that the game is poorly developed and there is a lot of fine-tuning that needs to be done. Other than that, the base...
Yeah, it's like not being able to have WASD in the game. Why do you release a game without WASD? Why?
This game of combat animations and story seemed good enough for now. After the open beta weekends, the official Diablo team releases the Into the Endgame developer update video, breaking down everything the game has to offer once you reach the end game. And developers made incredibly bold promises that were sadly never delivered upon.
Brand new activities that provide meaningful progression, no matter their playstyle.
There's going to never be an absence of something to do.
Paragon War is a place where we're allowed to have a lot more depth, a lot more customization, many more options as you go. There's over 120 dungeons to play through and find in Diablo 4, and any one of them can become a nightmare dungeon.
We later found out that this...
That's not true, because you only have a certain amount of them that you can do each season.
Was simply not true, being that there was only roughly 20 nightmare dungeons in a rotation at a time, forcing you to do the same ones over and over again. A few days later, the Diablo 4 team announces they are making significant changes to character classes, dungeon design, UI changes, and more. This leaves people very excited that the developers are listening to player feedback and are excited for the future.
Well, they listened to the wrong feedback and they got rid of the dungeon reset button only to add it back in. Like, I don't know, like, I don't know how they do this.
Through the last
they made the teleport longer. Well, that was later on in the game.
Months before launch, the Diablo 4 developers assure us that they're going back to their roots of Diablo 2.
Well, the initial direction was Diablo 2. The fantasy of a dark, gothic, medieval world.
Right.
Darker and grittier, and Diablo 2 is kind of their inspiration.
We wanted to bring Diablo 4 artistically more back towards like Diablo 2.
Have we heard this story before? Is this something that Blizzard is doing once again to tug on our nostalgia? Is history going to repeat itself like it did with Warcraft Reforged, Overwatch?
I don't agree with this argument. I think that Blizzard trying to make the game like Diablo 2 isn't really playing on nostalgia. It's just that they realized that they deviated from what was the artistic norm of the franchise. It was a good idea.
Hello, what's up, man?
Nostalgia to change the vibe of the game because a lot of people didn't like.
Yeah, I'm trying to get some items in Remnant 2 that I missed out on my other playthroughs.
There's no problem.
And I'm also testing my new CPU.
The old character come back or whatever. Great, let's do it. That's not bad at all.
World of Warcraft Classic. The only thing left to do now.
Yeah, I switched out today to Ryzen 7 CPU. Oh no, no, no. Oh no, no. Brother. Don't you fucking stun lock me. Oh, this is pretty strong. Shush. Yeah, this game has the, how do you call it? Like at lowest it dropped to like 70 or 60 FPS, and now it's around 80 to 100. It bumps up to 100, which I never saw for this game, and it averages around 80. And it's Unreal 5 game, so it's pretty solid.
Here we go.
And I don't consider this game being, you know,
one of my fave games recently, and yeah, that's good.
But I guess I could cap my game to 60, but I saw no point of it. This thing, man. This thing is like a fucking cannon sniper rifle. Like, watch this. Next.
May I maybe join you?
Yes, you may. I just have to open my session. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, let me rest here. And go to main menu. And open session.
Wait, he'll give you my Steam thing, one SEC.
Public, I guess. Yeah, sure. Sure.
You had it open already?
Friends only. But I mean, I can, yeah, I can add you as a friend, no problem. I'm hoping you're not a, you know, scammer or something. Oh my god. Okay, so either
I just wanna play Mom and Aha.
Yeah, fine. You can drop your Steam invite code to my chat, or invite link of Steam also in a chat, something like that. Or you can
already.
Yeah, did it. Okay, let me see. Where's my fucking chat? Ah, my fucking chat got destroyed. Okay, let me see. Oh, you typed the number. I see the text to speech. I made it so it doesn't read the numbers, because people used to like send the links or stuff, and that was terrible. And it used to like read YouTube links for like a minute. Friend code, yes, it's here. Okay, do you want to use Discord maybe? I can send you, if you have like a usable microphone, if your microphone...
Sure, we can hop on Discord.
Okay, then let me find some server. Or my oh yeah, I guess oh yeah, this is fun. Like, search, you don't even need, I think, hashtag now, because from the recent update Monoto. Hello. I am guessing this is my Dutch viewer. Try searching for Discord user snake. I have unique name tag. No. Hashtag needed. Okay. Sorry for commercials. And well, I guess.
Yo, what's up?
Hello, hello.
How are you doing?
Good, good. I was like fiddling with my CPU. I was nervous. It was like a $400 CPU, and I was nervous to see if it works or, you know, is it defected? Did I get scammed?
Oh.
And apparently, it's all good.
Glad to hear that. Yeah, sorry. Sometimes my English is kind of fucked up, you know.
No, it's fine. English is not my native language, so you know.
Yes, same actually.
We are good.
You're from Russian?
No, it's a Slavic. It's a Slavic accent, you know, like like a general Slavic, but it's a Serbian actually. And you are a French, maybe? No.
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 Oh, okay.
I am from Germany actually.
Oh, well, it's true. Like they say there is like a 10 plus different like accents or like pronunciations of German or Deutsch. That's correct.
Yeah.
And like every region has a different pronunciation. So I heard like 3 or 4 different, and now you are even puzzling me. All good. It's just like it's interesting hearing new stuff.
Yeah. True. I just need like 1 more minute actually. I'm rolling up some funny stuff, you know.
All good.
Actually, let me join already. Then you don't need to wait.
Mm-hmm.
I can't join actually. Don't know why.
So let me see. You need to be online if you set yourself like offline, I think, because the system doesn't see you.
Actually, it does. That's weird.
Yep, you joined.
So, how long have you played this game? Like,
200 hours.
Oh, okay.
I got all 10 classes. Do you need to... do you want to unlock Archon?
Actually, I do have Archon.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was just trying to be polite. Sorry.
All good, all good, all good.
It's you know, it's the hardest one to unlock because you need like a ton of things.
Yeah, you need like a whole set. You need like a class on level 10. Yeah.
Yeah. And you need to finish the game once to get the explorer and etc.
Yeah.
So
Kinda annoying, not gonna lie. Yeah.
So I wanted to finish the castle and get one of the 2 rings from the 2 lords. If you play the castle already.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me see.
I'm just finishing my thing here right now.
Mhm.
I need like a few seconds.
All good. So, what's your like favorite build or class?
Actually, I'm playing it right now. It's very interesting. Yeah, let me say that.
You are using that weapon that has a range attack, the melee weapon, to proc bleed, maybe.
No.
My friend used to do that.
I show you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna stand AFK.
And
that's it.
And he's gonna follow me or anything?
No, he's just gonna kill everything. Like, yeah. Wait, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you.
Yeah,
it's way more easy. Like way more.
You have a soul bound, so he tanks the damage for you.
Nah, but I have like infinity healing, basically.
Oh.
I'm non-stop healing this dude, and also you can't die with me actually.
Because
I mean, you can one-shot attacks. But...
You use the ring to. Let me see.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I see.
Just wait like 5 seconds. You need to activate first. Now it's on.
I see. I see.
That one is my favorite actually.
Oh, have you tried using the impact cannon?
Yeah, I did. It's pretty cool.
It's broken. Okay, I realized that yesterday. You know the butterfly on Yisha map?
Yeah.
I'm sure that's not the last.
You know that you need to like fire 1,000 bullets because he takes reduced damage and bullets drop off, and I
just killed him like actually once, and then I was fucking annoying because he was like it took like 3 hours because he was flying away non-stop.
I killed him with 6 shots from this thing.
Yeah, I didn't have this thing on this part. Like
I didn't know that it scales very differently from every other weapon. It doesn't have a damage drop off. I think it does damage on impact. It doesn't matter the distance as long as the hit connects.
Did you try the basically unlimited ammo on Engineer? Did you try that?
Cooldown. I have a 45% cooldown reduction on everything.
Yeah, it's not a cooldown, it's more like you gotta build around that, and every time you use a relic, you get like ammo back for Engineer. So basically you can spam the turret.
Wait, you mean...
For example, like take it away,
yeah.
Like the thing. Oh, you need Engineer as main class though.
Oh, let me just read. I think I know what you're telling me. It says holding the skill or overclock, unlimited cooldown. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
It lasts.
No, wait.
Yeah.
It's actually not. Overclocking grants infinity ammo, increased fire rate and damage. No, it's not.
Yeah, it lasts long enough. Like, let me explain. It has 25 seconds duration, and it cooldowns at 33.
No, I mean, how can I say that? Like actually infinity ammo, like without overclocking. You know?
Oh, well, it really doesn't matter. Like with 20 shots, I can kill like 15 mobs or like 2 mini bosses.
Yeah.
And then I can switch to my main weapon, wait for 40 seconds, and it's filled up again. So it's good. I hate. I mean, I like the idea that you need to like play a couple of times to get all the items, but you need to beat the two bosses, the Fairin and Phelan. You need to beat them 3 times if you want like all the items they can give you. Because of the fucking necklace that you have to make with the 2 rings.
Yeah. How does it call? I forgot the name actually.
Yeah. Oh, there is a secret area I think here. I was looking for this for like 50 hours. The one that has a unique amulet. If you picked it up. It's like it's weird, you know, in Yisha there is like a box that you open and there is a fruit in there.
You mean the death fruit?
No, the pain root. You know, the little fruit that you plant in your base.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can find similar box in this area, and it has a unique necklace. But it's a key item. Yeah, it's a key item, and inside is like a amulet. So it could be, you know, like a thing that you give to an NPC. You know, I'm not sure, like 100%. Because the, what's it called, the Fextra wiki, it has like a really inaccurate data.
Oh, I fucking hate the ladders in this game. Also, where the fuck is my thing? My summon thing?
The summon?
Where is it?
He bugged out, I'm gonna guess.
It's on cooldown.
Why?
Fuck. He was still alive, but he was not there.
Oh. You probably maxed out on this.
Yeah.
Like, I was like 100 hours ago, I couldn't get any. So, do you think it's a good idea, you know, from developers to limit the skill?
No, not on 65. It's kind of weird. No, 75. So.
I mean, you know, they listen to the community. They did change a couple of things from like 1.0.
Yeah, they did also change the cap actually, but not high enough, I think. Too many trades and too many points.
I mean, if they introduce like a you know, with the DLCs they promised, like a couple of new classes and like a 10 or 15 more skills at least, they need to like bump it up, you know. So you know, you can actually choose.
Yep, I know. I was actually thinking the same in my playthrough. Like when I did hit the thing, the cap, I was wondering like why it's capped. It's so weird. Like it's also a very low cap.
Yeah, well, they kind of accounted that you're gonna use 2 main classes to, you know, get the 2 free skills, you know. So, yeah, well, maybe you don't want to do. For example, I'm using like an engineer as a side class, and the skill that it grants is like a
I think we're good.
Armor skill that bumps like a armor to like a 35% or 50. I forgot. So even though you're not a tank, you're tankier, you know, than normal class. and you have a, like, you know, the turrets or a, you know, impact cannon if you want to snipe. But what if you want a, you know, health regen from a summoner, but you don't want to pick summoner?
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess also that, like, doctor, you know, the what's it called, the healing efficiency. Yeah, it's like a no-brainer for like everybody.
Yeah, it is indeed. Like, doctor is probably one of the best classes in the game because you can just basically you're just running around and you're unkillable. So you got infinity here, basically. You just need to play slow at the beginning, and then you can basically finish the game with that.
Yeah, I think the what's it called, the medic has like a native, like a damage boost at like a max level, like 20% something. I'm not sure, but I was kind of surprised. Like a flat damage bonus.
Yep, 25% plus 5% crit.
Yeah, but why? You know, like he supports.
Right?
Why? No, why? Maybe he should be given like something like a, I don't know, like a faster consumable speed or stuff like that. Okay, so we are looking for a pallet and a red barrel next to it. No, it literally says that, you know, if you believe anything that you read at like online wiki.
Actually, I didn't read that much online because I have like one of my friends. He's like very special. If he likes one game, he actually grinds the fuck out of this game. Like he non-stop played this game.
Well,
and I played with him, and basically he's the guy who always search for things, you know.
Oh, there is a clock that way. So let's try this. Yeah, I get his obsession. Maybe he just lacks like a content, you know, like the DLCs, and he's just like trying to. He's trying to squeeze like as much as he can from base game.
No, it's more like his basic playstyle actually. It's not about Remnant. It's overall he's like non-stop doing this. Like for example, now he finished Remnant, so he doesn't play it anymore until the DLC is gonna release.
Yeah.
Now he's playing what is it called? Lies of Pi non-stop.
Oh, is it any good?
I mean, I don't know this game actually. I just heard about it like a couple of days ago.
It's like the game is like $60, and I was like, you know, if it's not that good, I'm just wasting money.
Yep. I'm kind of skeptical, anyways. Like most days, because I don't know, the games are getting so weird.
Half finished.
Yep.
Like I'm just gonna say Diablo 4 and maybe you'll get my pain.
I never played Diablo.
No,
so actually not.
No, don't buy it. Not now. Not now.
Well, why I can't see my fucking thing on my left side?
The minion? He's there, but
he's not dead.
Nope. Better.
I enjoyed the game on hardcore though. Like the
Oh really?
pressure was pretty good. I like pressure in games.
I mean, you remember Labyrinth and the cubes.
What again?
You know, the squares, the rotating squares boss in the Labyrinth.
Ah, yeah.
And that's like a death to like a lot of the hardcore.
I mean, yeah, it's I get it why, I died a lot of times there also, but I figured out, like, I know how to easily beat the boss now. Like, you just need to stand in this, in
specific location.
Yeah, at the beginning, the 4 swords, you need to stay there until you almost kill the boss, and then you leave like one step. But yeah, I think I would die on this boss also, like more than on other bosses.
I mean, if you're not playing on hardcore, you know, it's whatever. You know, you try, and if you die, it doesn't matter. If you are on hardcore. No, it's not here.
The one thing I was pretty pissed about was you can't beat the boss easily with Misty Step. It's kinda interesting. You can basically kill every boss with Misty Step very easily.
Oh, with what's it called, the dodge that.
Yeah. This dodge is pretty OP actually. It's broken as fuck.
You know what's stronger than that dodge? The neutral.
Neutral dodge?
Yeah, just don't move anywhere. If there is a ring that every time you do like a perfect dodge, it gives you like a boost to damage, movement speed, reload speed. And you also have you got the Joker card?
Joker card?
Yeah, let me show you. You get it in this area if you do the puzzle. Yeah, this. Watch. So if you manage to block enemy attack with the Joker card, you get like I think damage boost.
Yeah, you get
25% crit chance.
Crit chance and okay, 30% more.
And it's
stem on dodging.
Yeah, and it counts as like a shield, like one-time shield.
Oh, okay, that's actually pretty good.
And the neutral dash is like you know, it gives you iframes anyway, so it's a win-win.
Yeah.
So you can play with that amulet even if you don't have a Misty Step.
I wanna know, is it possible?
Yeah, you can.
It takes away, like, if you do have the Misty Step, you can reload while dodging.
Oh yeah, because of the animation.
Yeah, on normal one it takes very long actually.
This is a clock. Do you have already the item that you can get from the clock? Okay, let's just go.
I started on this thing, yeah. So basically,
on Lossum?
Yeah.
Or poor man Yarnam.
I mean, it was okay.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm just like making a joke because the Sony never like released Bloodborne for PC. They ported like a lot of games, but not the Bloodborne. I mean, I didn't really want it like a God of War to be ported for PC, but we got it, you know.
Are you trying to get the thing class, like the If you wanna get down, I think you need to go. Yeah.
Oh, it's there?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
If you...
Yeah, I'm... It's not guaranteed, like...
Yeah, I know.
There needs to be area on the map for that. Nice.
Very funny, because I had this on my first try actually. I was trying this, I was watching a YouTube video, and then he said you get a subclass or like a class from standing right next to this thing. There's like a thing that pulls you in.
Yeah, the alchemist.
So I did, and actually it was first try on my try, and I fucking jump scare. Like It scared the fuck out of me.
I mean, it's scary every time because it's not guaranteed to happen, and you're like, okay, maybe it's this time, and when it happens, you're always like, oh, wow. Also, do you know that this thing can actually stagger boss?
The Vulcan can?
The Impact Cannon. Yeah. You know the boss on the Nerud, that spaceship map?
The end boss?
Yeah, well, whatever it's called. Like, there is this, like, a ghost that attacks you and fires the lasers, and you can actually, if you connect like 2 or 3 shots, he gets staggered and he cancels the attack.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
I never played with the impact gun actually.
I mean, let me. Yeah. It doesn't have unlimited ammo, but try aiming and firing. I think the range is unlimited because it doesn't count the damage drop off. When it hits, it just does damage.
Bro, but I need to hit no.
Yeah, but it takes practice, you know. Like, imagine playing AVP in CS. Oh yeah. Yeah, drink poison flask. Yeah, oh, you know. Oh, okay. Because my friend fucked up and he went to like a revive stone and he rested and then we didn't spawn here.
Actually, how was it for me? I did pulled in and I think my friend got also to a thing station, but I spawned here.
Yeah. Try on boss and you're gonna stagger him. There he goes. You see? He flinches. Yeah. Neutral dodge for a backstab. He's dead. I think it takes like 6 shots, like from 1000 to 2000 damage to kill him off with that. So it's not super fast, but if you see like an enemy far away, you can snipe him with that. Oh, he's so slow. Oh, so we already looted this, okay? And I'm not sure, I think this counts as like a resting, because it basically teleports you away, and I think all the enemies are back.
Yeah. Seems like it.
Sure, whatever. Yeah, I'm not gonna tell you this because you're gonna think that I'm worse than your friend, but there is an item on this world that you get as a reward for doing all the quests. Like a consumable. It's like an eye in a glass jar. And it gives you like a random buff or debuff.
Yeah, I know this item actually.
And it's like it's not OP thing, it's just like, you know, okay, it's a random buff, whatever. But you need to do everything. Okay. I don't think it's here. Let's see. Oh, I actually finished the game on my first try.
You mean like without dying?
No. The machine gun that you're using, I started as a medic and I upgraded the machine gun to max, and I think I finished like a 90% of the game with that.
Yeah, same actually.
It's really, really good. Low damage, but like a lot of ammo.
Yep. I just need like to deal some damage. I generally deal less damage than you, I think, now, because I got like a ring and it's reducing my damage, but I can heal you.
Stranger, have you seen Priya?
This guy gives you quests. You already have the reward from this guy?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go. Wait, what?
Samskaya.
Wait, why is this?
To my channel.
This is weird. Why is this area closed off?
You need to go here.
No, it's like a different layout. Like this is like the fourth, like.
Okay.
I never seen it. Oh, what do you think about the snail enemies?
I don't know, pretty annoying.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, leave that one. Oh no, okay.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine, it's fine. Like, I played this on solo and I had like a tactic. So, you want to be as far away as possible when you destroy the last one. Yeah. So like this.
I mean, actually, I don't know, my whole build says basically I'm giving a fuck about that, so yeah. I'm just gonna stand here. I can tank.
Oh, he spawns rats! What is this? He went back for a healing.
Crap.
Yeah, every time I hit the head, I crit for like a 2000.
I'm dealing like...
Oh, there is a new red, by the way. He almost escaped. I don't think this area gives you anything. There is like a... Yeah.
How to call it? I think they need like to add another difficulty. Like like they need to balance the builds a bit. I think with this build I'm basically unkillable actually.
Yeah, until you get to the last boss that does like a one-shot attacks. I mean, yeah, I've seen. Do you see like the guy on YouTube like makes like there is like a normal health and effective health. And effective health is like it takes into account like a damage reduction and health that you have like as a temporary of some sort. Like a lot of people use there is one heart that gives you like a health regen, like after 5 seconds of not getting damaged you get like a bonus health regen. But
I mean, I do have like a relic that heals you for 60% of max HP for 5 seconds, and then after it doubles the healing and for the next 20 seconds.
Yeah, but if you... Yeah, I'm not... but I've seen the numbers and I think the guy's right, like... So the first number is 8. If you wanna input. Okay. And we need and the second is 5. Oh. Oh, do you like the puzzle with the flashlight?
Actually, yeah, I do.
Not just that, you know the safe in the
vault, where you need like to inspect the flashlight and on.
Well, you don't need. It's an optional, you know, but it's a reward for using a brain. And
But you don't need to. Can you open this otherwise?
I mean, I think it's a fixed number. You can Google it, and without even knowing where did you get the number, you can open it. But you know, it's the flashlight that Ford gives you, and it's a combination for the safe in his room.
Yeah, it's 0415, I think.
Yeah.
I still know.
Well, let me see. 0415. Oh, I found that. Okay, leave the one from your side, and I'm gonna destroy this one.
Wait, my thing is gonna...
Well, I see.
Yep.
All good. Wow. Destroyed. I'm gonna ask, do you maybe play some other, shooters beside this one?
Shooters, I don't think so actually. I'm playing, I'm a comp player in For Honor, if you know this game.
For Honor. Oh yeah.
It's a fighting game.
The Viking Samurais and...
Viking Samurais, Knights.
Yes, and Knights.
Two more.
Yeah.
Woolens and I don't know how to call the last one. Like, it's like a random fraction. There's like a pirate and whatever. But yeah, I'm actually a comp player in this. Like, I'm probably like in the top 3 of German players.
Wow.
I spent a lot of time in this game.
I mean, I've tried it, but I didn't know it was like competitive.
days actually.
Wow. Oh my god. 4,000.
Yeah, I'll see the numbers in stream.
And also as an engineer, if you're like in vicinity of your weapon, or you know, you get bonus damage reduction. So if you're wielding your weapon instead of like putting it, so you have like you know, even more, you know, DR.
Also movement speed, I think.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you don't even care about that because you're basically standing there and shooting stuff. And let me show you this. You know that the melee does like 1,000 damage with this?
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah. It's one of the best melees in the game. Wait, did you know this? Wait, I'm gonna show you. Let me just switch up.
I've got enough of that.
Switch up the ring and yeah. Look at this. I don't have engineer class, right?
Yes.
Wait.
You wanna?
Is it not working with this? Wait, let me check.
Ah, the bug. You're talking about the bug, right? Yeah, it's a bug. I seen that last night. I don't know what causes it.
If you like miss this step into melee.
Oh. I mean,
but it's worse though. It deals less way less damage. It's basically a melee without melee weapon. It deals very less damage.
Because it does like a different animation, I'm gonna guess.
I mean, you're basically hitting with nothing, so yeah.
Hmm. Or maybe the hitbox for attack doesn't actually connect. Because it
I mean, you deal some damage, but just 50 or something like that.
Ah, I get it.
So it's basically one shot, you know, like one bullet.
Mm-hmm. So
I guess you can't do it without
Welcome
system,
to my
right?
channel.
I don't think so. No.
Okay, free money. They could lower the price of consumables. How many consumables, for example, you have?
Not much, actually.
Yeah, because they're expensive and it's more profitable to upgrade weapons and
Yep.
And that's what I did.
But yeah, most likely I'm playing for Honor or League. Actually.
Yeah, I was yes.
I used to play CS and like CS:GO and Valorant. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about the. Have you heard about that game that Crytek made? It was popular during the summer. It had like 40,000 players on Steam and had like a lot of viewers on Twitch.
But what game?
Western game, Hunt Showdown.
Hunt Showdown, yeah. I do have Hunt Showdown actually. I played it. Yeah, I kind of forgot that. I do have this also.
I can guess why maybe you don't play it.
It's very. The thing is, like, how can I say? I'm in a very special situation in my life, you know. I'm right in front of a heavily surgery, so I don't need to work at the moment for like since 1 year. And I have a lot of time to play, so I'm smoking a lot of weed. And weed and hunt is a very interesting combination, you know. It's you get like fucking
hallucinations.
anxieties. Yeah, yeah. So many sounds because the sound in this game is pretty good.
Yeah, well, this game has a good sound, but for example, the Hunt Showdown has probably the best sound like design.
I mean actually in Hunt. I meant Hunt.
Yeah. I get it. Like you can hear an enemy stepping on a branch 50 meters away.
Yep.
And there is like very little games that actually does that.
Sure.
Even the CS. I've seen people playing the new Counter-Strike, but it's not that good.
I mean, I think it's just in graphic overall, right? Like, they just upgrade the graphic and the engine.
Yeah. Well...
It's still the same game after.
Yeah, but that's the point. Like, a lot of old players don't want to play the new game. They want to play the same game.
It's not possible after though. They're gonna upgrade it. Like CS:GO is gonna be CS:GO 2. So like Overwatch. They turned on Overwatch 1 for Overwatch 2. And this is basically the same. They're gonna kill CS:GO and make CS:GO 2 out of it. It's a very interesting move. I also thought about like the mainstream CS:GO players, like the OGs. They just want to play the old game. They don't want to upgrade. But they need to. They forced us actually.
Welcome to my channel.
Oh yeah, that's
General of the army.
Yeah, that's my friend. He used to play a lot of Killing Floor 2, and you may notice what's it called, the General of Army. It's too long for a name. So he basically role playing as a mercenary.
I mean, Killing Floor is pretty cool. Not gonna lie.
It was until they added like a lot of shit and not too many innovations. And I'm talking from like a standpoint of a guy that played it for like 2,000-3,000 hours.
I just like there was a time, I don't know, like 1 year ago or something like that. The game was free on Epic Games, so I picked it up. I played it a bit. It was pretty fun.
It is with friends, but
yeah,
as solo experience, I found it like fun. Until I leveled all the classes to max, and at that point it was like, okay, none of my friends is actually playing it, and I don't have anything to grind, so
yeah.
Oh, he's using a bow. Good job. Troll. I don't know if you tested the bows, but they're very satisfying to use. They don't feel weak or slow or anything. They're just like, you know, high damage. You can think of them as like a sniper rifles.
Yeah, I did actually. I did test them, but I'm more like a guy of I'm holding left click and I shoot, you know.
Yeah, I get it. But you know, they're here, you know, as an option. It's viable, but you know, if you don't want to play it, you don't have to. We are in a burning building, and I think you went the other way. Yeah, it's fine. There is like a graveyard. I don't know if you play this map, but there is a graveyard with the summoner guy, and you can get like a ring there, I think, or something. Yeah, it's fine. As I said, this game has like a lot of shit, so knowing everything is like not really possible.
I mean, you also like gonna forget some things. I also forgot like a bunch of crap now. I mean, I'm not playing this game like for real anymore, cause yeah, as I thought, like, I mean, I'm basically unkillable in this game now.
Yeah, with don't worry, they're gonna nerf your build.
let's see.
I mean, they just need to like fiddle with numbers and, you know.
I actually don't think they're gonna fix it.
Because of the synergies?
No, just because I don't know actually why, but I just think they're not gonna touch it. I don't know why.
Well, it's dependent, I'm gonna guess, on your minion actually dealing the damage, because you put like a lot of defensive.
Yeah, I have only defensive actually.
Yeah, so you're like a perfect support character. And I used to play what's it called, Dark Souls 3 like that. I played like a lot of multiplayer, and I was just, you know, hired hand, you know. I used heals and supporting spells and lightnings and magic. Like when you dump like 40, I don't know if you played any Dark Souls game.
Yeah, I played Dark Souls.
So imagine having a build where you dump 40 points into every stat. That sounds dumb, right?
Yeah.
But you can use 90% of daggers, bows, big, you know, swords, and you can cast, as I said, 90% of spells efficiently, and also the healing miracles. So you can just swap the ring in like a live game and just become a mage or a, you know, like a support spellcaster.
Yeah.
So
like mid game.
Yeah. So you don't need to like respec. You can see what your host is using, and you can just, you know, support in, you know, in the way that you want. So that was my like spiel. If I use the word correctly.
Yeah. Like actually like a grammar guy would say you need to say like my experience actually, like meine Erfahrung.
Oh, wow, really?
In the sentence. Yeah. It's not like this is my game, it's more like this is my experience then.
Oh. Yeah.
It's basically the same though.
Dark Souls experience.
It's German, bro.
Yeah, I know. Like my brother like studied for like a couple of months, and it was very like an interesting experience for me to like watch it.
German, like if you don't learn German at the beginning as mother language, you're pretty fucked. German to learn is so annoying.
So which is there like a broad German that people can learn, or do you need to learn like a specific like area language?
What do you mean again, please?
like when you get into like learning, you know, German or Deutsch as like a secondary language, do you?
Secondary.
Yeah. Like you know, you wanna learn it as, I don't know, maybe as a job opportunity, or you wanna speak with people, you know, more clear, you know, beside English. And do people learn like a specific like area German, or there is like a broad, you know?
You mean like, for example, yeah, there's a different, like, for example, there's and how do I call it in English?
High German?
Yeah, like accents and so on, like a different way to speak, basically.
Yeah, I get it.
But most likely, like, this German I'm speaking is like the base form.
Got it.
Almost everyone who can understand German, like a German part, can also understand me, basically.
Yeah, I get it. I heard like a legends about Bavarian German, that it's like the funniest one.
Which one?
The Bavarian.
It's probably the Nordic then, right?
Oh, really?
It's coming from the north, like the north part of Germany.
So it has like an influence of like other countries.
Yep.
Wow. I'm trying to look for a specific, like a pallet or a barrel. Is it there? Look for a red barrel next to...
What else do you play?
The games. I'm like a variety streamer. I play like almost everything except like you know, FIFA or Pro Evolution Soccer. Okay. It's not my, you know, style. I guess I like playing you know, soccer or football, you know, with real people than, you know, against virtual.
Yeah, same actually, same. I don't like FIFA games overall, but I like playing football, for example.
Yeah, I would rather play with like a stranger or like with a friend, but you know, just watching it or playing it, no. I respect people that play it for money, but it's not my thing.
I mean, if you want to, we can also play on another time again, because I'm gonna hop off in a bit. I wanna get some breakfast, you know.
Yeah, okay. Wait, the Germany is in the same time zone as the Serbia. How is it like yeah, it is. You are at like Berlin and the Belgrade are at like same time zone.
Okay.
So it's probably 1300 hours at your place. Right?
1300 hours? What do you mean?
Yeah, that's 13 hours and 47 minutes or something.
Yeah, it's 14 hours and 15 right now.
Oh, okay.
Like 15 PM. PM? Yeah.
Yeah, PM. Oh, it's a boss time. Okay.
I'm gonna stand there and chill my life.
You might burn. I'm not sure. Oh, 2000 damage headshot. Give me another one. 3000. Out of juice. I mean, I think the boss has like a really low chance.
What do you mean?
I mean, like the boss, he's throwing. No, the boss. He's throwing the woman that throws grenades. She's throwing grenades at 3 guys in like a metal armor that shoots like laser rifles, you know.
Kinda unfair.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm gonna hop off now.
Okay. Thanks for joining us.
No problem. Thanks for gaming.
Yeah, man.
As I said, we can play.
Yeah, if you see me online later, just you know, call me on the Twitch or something. Every time I play, I usually stream, so you can just like see what am I doing, you know.
Let me follow. Here you go. Then I see.
Thanks, man.
No problem. All right. Have a good stream. Maybe see you later.
Yeah. Have a nice breakfast.
Thank you.
CKD.
No.
Thanks for following.
Yeah, thanks, man. No, not that one. Okay. Kill boss for corrupt. Gdje je zba Nenade? Morao sam da sačuvam podešavanje za ploču. Nešto sam screenshotao s telefonom. I pošto sam počupao bio sve USB-ove s ploče, morao sam da namestim opet to bez čuda. Malo naporno, ali mislim da sam uradio skoro sve što sam htio. Marš! Zanimljivo.
That won't fit.
ti sad posla? Stari Mek je imao farmu. Jo. Bam. Bambara.
Discord for supporting. Welcome to my channel.
What is expensive? Kako se penje gore? Koliko ima ova igra? 90 do 100 frame-ova, kako gde? Pre sam, čini mi se, 60 do 70 FPS. Ponekad 80, ko baš nema, bog zna šta, zahtevno na ekranu. Sad gledam brojke oko 100 frame-a. Da li je ovo sve? Da li je ovo sve? Is this all? I wonder.
This looks interesting.
Clementine! Forward!
Where are you guys? This is all insane. Both the crystal and Ford. I better get moving if I'm gonna find Clementine.
Let's see.
cities. Ah.
Watch out, here they come!
This is not inevitable. This looks like it was important once.
Pozdraví, pozdraví. Moliné kopre.
Welcome. I am the Slip, and you, of all creatures, have here. You may go now, secure in the knowledge that you have pleased the Lord of all fair. Your presence is welcome, but conversation is not. I have much to do.
So
Jedi Mind Rigs. Welcome to my channel.
Mr. Jedi, hello.
Careful. I'm sure that's not the last of them.
Postarit ću, a neću znati da ćeš za mnom zaplakati ko je za tobom.
Feel mercy. Welcome to my channel.
Boy, we did it. Feel it. Over it. Over it.
Nice. Fine. Ow!
Doesn't actually smell half bad.
Hey, I know what I'm doing.
Hey! Stop by anytime. You know where to find me.
Audrey, I tell you something. This town is a beacon of hope.
What did you want to say?
Oh, I saw birds.
Greetings.
That doesn't actually smell
I
half
continue.
bad.
Hey, I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, right. Keep your wits about you.
Something you... Ow. Think it's done? Come round again, someone here. What a...
They've
until we...
Let's take a breather.
Watch my back!
Wonder what that is.
Big one! Incoming!
Shut the wrong. It's right. You'll pay for it or not. It is my now that we if you my will not suffer the mockery of thieves. To me, justice, destroy the victim of not have bested me. Whatsoever you. This hall shall be your grave.
We got company.
Bless this hellhole with your address.
How's that, you bastard?
What's that? Appetit. Brokerage, Gilded Chamber.
Quite a bit so far. I thought I'd make a quick video showing how to find all of the magic pen doors in the Beatific Palace, or the Beatific, however the hell you pronounce that. So of course, referring to the magic flow here, how you get this is you're basically going to go all the way to the bottom.
Welcome to my channel.
Here where I am, in the Beatific Palace. I'm just gonna pronounce it like that. You the quill for the beating things, and the next one is one that it's a little hard to come across. It's this little elevator. You look where we're going first, and you'll find one of the doors. Sneak around these guys and gesture. Skip this part. I'm gonna go ahead and clear them. Our next door is right here. We've got one more. How to take the normal real quick, and we're real quick. Is gonna bother. And there you have, there aren't really any that you actually use the quill on for any of the other levels. There's a couple in more of the, like the street areas, but they're already unlocked. You don't actually use the quill on those, and they're kind of random. But the Beatific Palace is sort of set. It's like this every time you roll this area. So these doors are going to be in the same location every time. It's just what lies beyond the doors is going to be different every time. Alright, that's going to do it for this video, you guys. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you have a good one, and I'll see you guys next time.
And don't. Cotton Kiln, Butcher Quarter. Cotton Kiln, Butcher Quarter.
Papa. Welcome to my channel.
Hmm.
Yes, one here.
Yes, you can.
Holy hell. I can't. It hurts too much. I can't. What do I do now? Without Priya, I don't...
You have to live for your children.
Are you sure she was...
Yes, I'm sure.
That's over.
Get the outsider! The flame comes for all! Kill him! Taking you with me!
This ain't good.
I've got enough of that.
Stop them! It's nothing.
Well, that's over. That won't fit. Here they come.
They're here! Stop them!
Bag's full.
Kill him!
A, ruczek. Dobra.
So even after 100 hours played in this game, trying to track down every single item, weapon, mod, actually 2 things, lost some, and you're going to want to look for one. Kiln is another one. Any of the ones that look like the buildings are all burning in them. G of the injectable, which is kind of like, I totally forgot about this, that before Remnant 2 came out, they were talking about how the dungeons are procedurally generated, like which dungeons you're going to get in which area, but these injectable areas can be in the dungeon as well, so it's kind of an added level of RNG. And I kind of love these areas. Well, when you're in Lawsome, in the burning area in the background, but for me, it's gone to the checker, and I'll show you guys a map of like leaning to see. And you'll see on the map that it was like the very back corner of this dungeon. You're just going to want to destroy the wood planks, and you can then scooch on past there, destroy the wood planks, and you can then scoot. You're just going to want to destroy.
So basically.
They're here! Get them! Get the outsider!
Oh, bro. Okay. Wait, why?
They've come for us! Kill them first!
Fuck. Very interesting.
That's over. That's a lot of clocks.
Welcome to my channel.
Monotizma is shy. I don't laugh and I don't think about you all the time. When I do, I wonder why. Cotton kill. Šta radiš? Šta ima?
Snake malo energy, bet, ja uđem desne, a Milan urla, a ti...
A urla, on urla zato što je jeo jaje za doručak. Grizi jaje.
Šta se zbiva, šta se radi, šta si jeo poslušao jedinu za konc?
Ništa naravno.
Prapovi, opa. Da mi se prodiš ovdje?
Znaš šta bude? Izgoriš komplet. Ne mogu da te revive-u iz bounty, znaš? E to ti je profesionalno trepanje, ne stavit ćemo žicu tu, tamo i to će da uspori nikom.
Urla, Snake, pre na tebe.
Boli me kurac. Genijalno, znači što je načeo fora čovjek?
On je tražio publiku. Ja voljam podati urla.
A on traži publiku, no? To je već... ozbiljan poremećaj. Ajde sljedeći put kad budeš imao snošaj da zoveš nas da ti kličemo. Amo, sve je u redu. Možda odgovor nije vrba u suštini. Još malo skači. Dobar ti onaj klip, ja?
Koji?
Koji?
Ono što smeo.
Onaj lik gdje je no scope onoga teammate-a. Vjerojatno je tada opali njegovom pravcu bez veze. Ubije ga ko zec.
Zato što ga ovaj malo slučajno zaklo nožem i ovaj ga ubije ga kao zeca, bukvalno kako je polet. Bro, ja sam
Kada stiže?
u sredu, ja mislim. U sredu je nova sezona u Warzone. Kako mislim?
Slučajno ide. Pa ja.
Igrat ću. Keći, sinoć igrali smo joj Keći sinoć do 1. Warzone.
Jesi li smislio kome ćeš da prodaš, a nije tu?
Doći ti je, rekao je.
Nema potrebe da dolazi.
Sada prodaje.
Budalo.
Sada prodaje.
Nema potrebe, nisam ja nesposoban da živim. Pa da ne umem da provjerim koju imam verziju BIOS-a, da skinem, stavim na flashu, updateujem BIOS, skinem ploču. Nisam ni skinuo, nego sam skinuo komponente s ploče. I cooler, i stavim, zamenim. To sve trajalo 15 minuta, do 30. Još 10 minuta dok sam sredio BIOS opet nazad. I to je to. On bi tu seo 3 sata, bi mi život uzeo. Magare. Magare, magareći. Ko ćeš njega da trpi? Od svega pravi predstavu i show.
Punish them for their transgression!
Kakav bre, extended range, alo. Ja. Pogledajmo. Probudio mi je bio kuriš, tajnača fore. Sinoć sam jako loš spao. Kako se menjalo vreme. Baš sam loš spao. I I neko doba. Evo, brabera.
Indeed, stray. Perhaps I may gracing me with it. Numb you. Stay the pop. The string. As one I will find only if you. The deceiver is eternally self. You cannot fail to find them. For they have ensured that all roads lead to them. The deceive you cannot fail to find. Oh, play you. One can. I will find a way to voice it would raise my hopes too far, or worse. Oh, you. One can. I will only a small part, strange one, and that if you would help. Certainly. Farewell for now.
Te va benissimo allora.
Šta Nenad?
Faccio neku sliku sad i kažem, to što visi iz zvuči koji šapa čuje na zgradi daljine od 150 metara, 5 5G dojan, ogroman, 160 kamera biometrijskih za prepoznavanje lica i nešto stavljeno. Ulična jasnica za žutim sijalicama, kablove za krenom.
Da.
Evo me. Šta si Snake pričao, telefon mi zvonio za Axe, nešto, paket. Znam da si krenuo nešto, nisam vidio.
Da, sine sam noćno nešto spavao bio i ono, nisam do 3-4 mogu da spim. Negdje oko 3-4 zaspem i spavao kokomiran negdje do 10. U 10 mi dođe ovaj kurir. Kaže, jeste kući? Ja rekao, jesam. Rekao, ćemo paket za 5 minuta. Jebat. Pravo ko zaklan.
Šta je mostly negativ 5.3?
Nisam tada komentariš. Ja sam probao, ko nije probao beto ne zna o čemu govorim. Nenad je probao. To se teško može...
Gleda kao mešavine kjece ili...
Pa da je bar to...
Ispalo bi nešto.
Da. Da bar liči na dvojku da ima novi engine. Ali... Znaš, kad uzmeš sve stvari koje ne valjaju iz prethodne igre i ubaciš ih. Pa to baš nije dobro. Ne dobro. Majku ti spalim. Mislim se ja sad u krevet da utvrdim jedno sat vremena. Preposti. Radimo 10. Pa da me boli ovo ili ne.
Mora da se radi. Arbeit. Money. Zato i si doma keširaš kad hoćeš bilo šta.
Ne, čekat ću da mi te tak donese.
Viš ti kako on čeka tako u životu?
Sve mi dobro ide osim ljubavi, a gdje su mi tvoji namjeri?
A što se radi?
Čujem kapio, ako je to on, samo ću mu reći prijatno. Otprilike sam čekao da vidimo će li doći, ako ne dođe idem u krevet. Dajem mu minut.
Što mi je uzumirao, lakše da vidim.
Pa viš kako znam na pamet, kod kive.
Kako si ga nabuđio,
Gdje ste sati?
Jebo sam kilo. To ja igra izgleda.
Nema, a? Uzmi me za kuma. Pokušavam da je random je šansa da je nađeš da spava, znaš? Mislim da je random. I kad spava možeš od nje da uzmeš jedan od ovih orbova. nešto drugo, preno što odem kret.
Nešto divlje.
Ne, ja ću nešto hvala, nešto odem. Uzmi me za kuma ili starog svata ili za devera, ako nemaš žuta. Promijenio sam kategoriju. Probao sam u Remnantu. Igra se kreće od 80 do 100 frame-a. Ne ide više, ali taj.
Čekaj, s neki minisak.
Okay.
Sad reći, izvini upomiju.
No što, znam, šta je ovo? Otkud meni 5000 sati u Huntu?
5000 sati u Huntu?
A?
Šta otkud tebi?
Ali nemam ja 5000 sati, imam 3500 sati. Kako? A majke ti proveri mi statistike. Da te mrzi? Ako ćeš da ideš, idi, ali pogledaj samo. Nije mjesto.
Na filmu, šta?
Da.
5374. Pa imate li?
Ne, 3500.
Sad si imao 3500, ti normalno?
Da.
Sad da.
Da, ja znam. 3,5.
Nisi normalno. Kaki 3500 sati, ti si lud, brate. Šta je stvarno sna igrat, da ti pitam. Znaš ti koliko dugo igraš Hunt, brate?
5 godina.
Pa.
Hajde dobro, ali ne igram ko oni, igrao sam kad su
Misliš stvarno, brate, za 5 godina da imaš samo 3500 sati?
Imao sam Diablo 3 igrao 10 godina, pa sam imao 10.000 sati, nije problem. Ali Diablo 3 je smeće.
Ti si show, bre.
Show.
Eto me sekund, idem da skum kafu.
Yes. This cannot be. Oh no. But what if we go offline? And then rather. Oh my god. Thanks. Thank you. Marš. Dobro. Yesterday, all my troubles seem so far away. Now that I could say I believe in yesterday. Suddenly, I'm not as the man I used to be. Is the shadow hanging over me? Oh, yesterday came suddenly. Why she had to go, I don't know. She wouldn't say. I said something wrong. How I long for yesterday. Yesterday.
Right.
Was such an easy game to play.
Ma ne ci scelsi adesso il Trovic, tutti quanti.
Blit. Welcome to my channel.
I said something wrong for yesterday. Oh, the best of. Yesterday. Was such an easy game to play. Yesterday.
Stigao taj procesor i si montirao to jebote.
Da. Za... Trebalo mi je možda 5 do 10 minuta da skinem stari i da stavim novi. A možda 5, da, nisam Milana da mi razvuče posao na 3 sata. Pravo. I trebalo mi je možda još 10-15 minuta da uđem u BIOS, pošto kad staviš novi procesor, on kaže, stavi si novi, i onda kao resetuje ti sve. I onda možda se setiš šta si pomerio, šta nisi. Tako. To sam sredio, butovo...
Čekaj, hoće BIOS podešavanja da malo poremeti kad staviš novi CPU, jel?
Komplet sve i memoriju ako si promenio takt memorije i ako si... Jedino ti ne pomeri butabilne diskove, to ostane isto. Ali to je to.
Da.
Ostalo isto.
I vidiš i neku osjetnu razliku. Trebao bi da vidiš
pa,
sigurno dobro.
Sad ću ti reći kad
onako na izgled, a što se tiče performancije...
Minimalni frame rate je bolji. Ali recimo, evo Hunt sam testirao na američkom serveru. Od 130 do 140 frame. Sad.
Dobio si dosta veći minimalni frame rate.
Da. Na šta stojim? Ko zna na šta stojim?
To je to, CPU je zakon kaki. A nije to neka para sad da se uzme, pičku.
Neko roka desno. U lisi. Vidim ga, ali je daleko i puška se trese. Puška se solidno trese. Šta ćeš ti da pogodiš tako nesrećnim što nesrećnim? Moju babu. pobjega na kontrastranu. Zašto pali stvari, nije mi jasno. Bolest. Se ne self-revivuje. Klipuj ovo, Kesiću, molim te. Klipuj ovo. Da vidiš kakav sam napravio headshot. Ne vjerujem.
Dobar timing si uvo.
Ne, posrećilo mi se. A vidio si?
Ja sam ti klip.
Kroz 2 zida mislim da sam ga pogodio, nisam siguran.
Ovo je baš bezobrazno bilo.
Pa nije bezobrazno, znao sam gdje i čekao sam ga bio, čekao.
Ne znam što je dobro.
I onda ti neko kaže si cheater, znaš. Sad on trči iz skenira, znaš. Gle. Ispred mene je mrtav. Najgore je fora što sam ja njega ubio sam lika jedan compound daleko. I odmah sam pobjegao iz toga compounda u sljedeći. Ovo je bilo predobro.
Welcome to my channel.
Ja sam samo da testiram procese, nisam teo da igram, ali ono... Si ti poslao klip, jesi? Da vidim samo.
Jesu.
Ovo je lijepo. Klipaj ovo, Kesiću, molim te. Klipaj ovo. Da viš kakav sam napravio headshot, ja. Da smanjim malo mikrofon. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. 5, 6, 7. 5, 6, 7.
Gdje je ostala ekipa?
2 minutes.
Evo ga, džape, evo ga.
See you later.
Će se roka ili neće?
Hoćemo, sad će doći Viktor pa ćemo ovo razumjeti.
Aj.
Peđa.
Udari se u
Peđa.
krevet.
Pogledaj ovo, majke. Kesi si klipo. Pogledaj, majke.
Lagani headshot.
A dobro, tak jesi s novima. Nisam.
Ne imam. Oho. Uš.
A vidio sam u rame, znaš? Vidio sam u levo rame.
Lepote. Iš kako slatko, veš. Kakav osjećaj.
Ja mogu da vidim, mogu da zamislim kill view, znaš? Pokazuje 2 zida i kroz onu dasku, razumiješ?
Koji si jugo našo.
Pa znam gdje su ljudi, razumiješ? Pa 5000, kažeš ti 5000 sati imam na 3 mape.
A slušaj, ali ti si mi znači kažeš imaš 3000 i nešto, ti normalno?
A zaboravio sam.
Ti stvarno lud, brate. Gdje ćeš to da zaboraviš, jebote. Kesiću, kaže mi pre on, zabao mi Steam, ima 5000 sati u brate Huntu kao, a ima 3000. Rekao, Snake, jesi ti lud, znaš koliko igraš Hunt dugo.
A dobro, ima i 1.5300. Pa ja sam mislio da
pa ima, pa on je zajebo sve.
Ne, ja sam mislio da ima.
On je imao manje nego ti i to 1500 sati manje. Ti si prestao Hunt da igraš ove godine početkom ili kraj prošle godine.
Ne, kad je ono, kad je između sezona ne igram uopšte.
A Milan je samo gas. On igra uzastopno toliko godina.
Je, skuplja pozitivnu karmu.
Moj kulic.
Viktor igra CSGO isto, jel džape?
Ne igra, prestao, smorio.
Jebem ti ovaj Pavle Bahili.
Ko?
Pavle Bahili.
Za...
Leviatana.
Leviatana, kakav je to kretan. On, brate, živio, brate, kao u Đerici, vamo negdje. Živeo pre, sad ne znam da je sad tu, brate. Znaš da su meni nudili bili davno, brate, da uđem u tu grupu.
Šta je to?
Sa židovima, a?
Gangsteri?
Da. Nisu gangsteri, ali uglavnom jesu. Svakako Vučićevi neke kurci. Nudio mi zvezdan jedan iz Kaluđerice koji mu sad tu njegov gorila. Uglavnom, kretenizam mi, brate, oni isto. Čuš, vi kao nešto životinja prava i to. Peru keš i oni jebaju pasma. Oni se tu nešto kao pitaju, brate. Znaš, jebeš sve ostalo, sistem ne, oni su posebna grupa, butale, kreteni, stekt. Prevaranti, brate.
Klipuj ovo, Kesiću, molim te. Klipuj ovo. Caj, pozdravite mi Vojvodu Milan. Otišao sam u kret.
Ne se jebavaj.
Ma da, jedno sat vremena. Jedno sat, do 7 se čujem.
Ajde.
Puz. Imam.
Spafa. Welcome to my channel. Alicidra. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my channel. Veal Mercy. Welcome to my channel. Marvelous. Welcome to my channel. Blit. Welcome to my channel. Spafa. Welcome to my channel. Kesik. Welcome to my channel.
Facebook i Instagram ko što ima, jel?
Znači, kamperaj. Zdravo, Boris.
O, stigao si.
Snake, ti si zadovoljan, kako to radi?
Pa, nije da je ovaj stari radio loš, samo sam uzeo novi.
Dobro, ali oštiš, imali razlike.
Kao što rekao. Trenutno
Umjesto 120 frame-ova ima 140.
140, Jel vidiš razliku?
Ne.
Pa, vidiš, nema razlike.
Ali dobro, sigurno ti malo brže radi, znaš, tuner sigurno. Zbog tog keša i...
Update-ovo mi se Windows 11 na neku glupost. Ne znam na koji build. Imam sad nekih opcija, pojma nema šta su to. Vratno treba zvat Milana da on prečitele kompjuter. Da ima da li može da ga pregori ko Kesiću što je pregori.
Koju si pastu stavio? Nemoj mi samo reći za zube.
Thermal Take TG7. To sam naučio sa procesorom.
Nema sebe u sebi, a?
A što misli ono Artix uzao?
Ne znam da li je mala, Nenade, ali...
M4 tamo.
Uzao sam šta je bilo. Nisam te oduzimao on dvije različite firme.
A?
Čak kupo 1000 dinara.
Pa ovo je koštala 1000.
Pa to nije ni malo jeftino za pastu, brate.
Unosi za 100-200 dinara paste. A pasta za zube 100 dinara.
Znaš se kaže, ko nas, jeftino meso
čovjeka. Ljudi dolaze do Southeast. Uzmite Bounty.
Nemoj ti Milane da uzimaš, ti hoćeš da ideš na drugi Bounty.
Kesić nije tu, brate. Tu je. U žvipu su ođe.
Press the C key for accessibility option.
Hey, make yourself comfortable. It's been a busy day. Hey.
The League said yes to the Chop Shop plan.
Okay, cool. So, how do we start?
Step 1 is for you to get your ride in prime condition. Then, meet me at our secret rendezvous with the League.
We have a secret rendezvous?
I know, right? I'll ping you the location. Now go.
Mali ljudi.
Ima 3 čoveka, bili su tu u žitu, ali ne znam gdje su.
U žitištu.
Jel umro?
Ne.
Jel moguće da sam bio? Evo nisu. Mamo jebeno. Tamo su malo dalje stoje. Ovo će potrati. Šta ima na...
Jesi pogledao headshot koji sam napravio danas? Kad sam
Nisam
testirao...
gledao.
A testirao sam bio, igrao sam čitav dan Remnant i onda je rekao da probam ovaj Hunt Shodan da učitam. Uđem u quick play i pitam Kesića da mi klipuje headshot i nešto kako ispalo. Imaš tu general gaming. Bez onoga traita za onaj kako zove steady hand. Tresao se karakter kao prut, što kaže, nema tko da je na heroinu. Volim ja te spore puške tipa Henry Martini i Veterlisa, Full Metal
Da,
Jacket.
ja volim ja...
Kada opališ
ja
metak...
taj je...
Da?
Koji?
No taj...
Marksman. Veterli sa prigušivačem je 250 metara u sekundi, jako je sporo zdrnuo. A kad uzmeš taj Full Metal... Ja ga volim taj.
Ali ti znaš da igraš
ja volim taj.
Ma metak svejedno stigne do njega.
Ja volim taj Silence.
Kako će sjediti ovaj ciklon?
Ne, to će vjerovatno biti neprecizno do bola.
Pa moće brzo da puca. Sad koliko će biti neprecizan. Kad počneš da pucaš brzo s njim, ne znam.
Ali jebi ga, ako ne bude bio neprecizan, bit će onda OP oružje.
Kaže da će ima 4 metka. Vidio si na slici možda da je kratka onaj cev i da je baš mali. Pa ni Officer Carbide? Što je došao? Je li ima još jedna ekipa?
Jedna je došla, vjerovatno je došla druga, sad ćemo. Tu Kesiću.
Tu čujem. A neće ni da probaju ništa.
Tu su ovi kućici ovdje ispred Milana.
Čujem, ali ništa. Samo tu daš jedna jedina.
Ja imam 2 sekunde, Kesiću ti?
5.
Vidi, ili imao koliko...
Samo oni su tu. I sva trojica u metar. U toj kućici tamo.
Nema, imam flašu.
I want that driver found, no excuses.
Hey you, loser in the Plymouth, pull over. Go ahead and run, you won't get far. I got the subject's car in sight. Can't see the car or the driver. I got nothing.
Suspect was last seen in the area. Start searching.
Se sad čude što su ovdje unutra ništa ne ču.
Chasing our tails here. Pursuit's over.
We spent all this time chasing these assholes, and now we gotta give up?
for speed hit radi na 140 frame.
Odlično. A koliko ti je radio pre?
A na 100. To ti kažem.
A, dobro, to je osjetna razlika.
Možda nema varijacije u frame rate, možda je to razlika. Znaš. To sam i gledao. Gledao sam ono testove, znaš. Nijedan test ne piše kad ga porede sa drugim.
Bojica su u kući tamo.
Gdje?
U ovoj crvenoj kući.
Aha.
Pogođen.
Vidim.
Tu je desno. Jedan iza tebe.
Polako.
Vidi. Ne vidim ga odakle. Nije ga digo. Ne vidim ga, džabi.
Ali sad on diže svoje.
Podigo ga je.
Kako nije pao? Kako? Kako nije pao? Sve mu jebem igri glibao je.
Koji metak si spalio?
Puši bre kurac. Puši kurac bre, pali me kurac. Treba da umre.
Ovi su čekali, dočekali. Nismo mi trebali izleći.
Brate, ne treba da ide jedan po jedan. Vrati, to je najveća greška, tako je. Kažem, čekaj da ga namamim, brate.
Pobio si dvojicu, a problem je što ti hoćeš da ubiješ trojicu. To je problem. E pa kako da ti ispratim, ja sam 20 metara od tebe, ti odjednom trčiš i ideš pucaš, zato ja znam šta što ti uradim.
Nisi nekoordinisan, to je problem. One man team.
Ja stvarno mogu
Gore su bila dvojica, gore nisi mogu preživjeti.
Ne mogu da shvatim da nije umro čovjek, ne mogu da shvatim, jeben.
Dobro da si ti u grupi poginu, eto. Mi smo jedan po jedan, ti si u grupi. Sam si ušao unutra, otišao gore, na 2 čovjeka. Na 2B, evo te, ne mogu ja da budem metar iza tebe non stop.
Najteže igrat flastera s tobom, Milan.
Ne treba ni komentarist ova igra, samo roka i dalje.
Previše igraš sa randomom, Milana. Kad igraš sa randomima, on pogine i izađe iz meča, znaš?
Jeli?
Da, pa čitam u komentarima s tim profilu. Jasno. Daj, pitaj ga ljudi, 5000 sati, kaže, zašto, kaže, druže, kao izlaziš, kao, pa kad igraj sam, jer igraš 30. Čitao ja komentare, zadnjih 20 komentara sam čitao. Pogine i izađe. Krene sam, pogine i izađe. Nemoj da igraš sa randomom, Milano, to loše utiče na tvoj gameplay.
Subject spotted.
Bolje igraj sam. Bar ćeš naučit da ne pogineš kad igraš sam.
Suspect has pulled away ahead of us. Come on, give us faster cars.
The driver's got to be nearby. Get looking.
Molim.
Najmo što kuo tamo, tu više se kuo kod nas.
Alright, way to be a downer.
Neka dođe.
Dođite, nećete se vrati.
Nije to bolje od bolje, ne pregnutosti.
Pa isto.
Ne lupaj idu poslije prvo, ne može bude bolje od vojnu.
Ne može bolje, ali isto.
Nije bolje od vojne, čovječe.
Nije bolje, ali isto.
Nije bolje.
Nije bolje, ali isto, ajde.
To nije sranje, to... Pa ti misliš da to što ima onako jedan dizajn da je sranje. Nije sranje.
A, ako smijem da pitam, u kom dizajnu se radi?
O gas maski.
Vojska...
Ona ima svoju svrhu i ona tu svrhu izvršava.
Vojska izračuna za šta im tačno treba gas maska i...
Lumber ili Heritage, tu je boss sad pitanje. Ajmo
To se
desno,
zove
zaštitna
maska.
Korona ti je ponio.
To se zove zaštitar životne sredine.
The drivers managed to break line of sight.
Looks like someone lost our target. Get in there and find that car.
Prva nam je ova mapa s kišom, brate. Gotovo smo. To se tako radi. Su nas pokosili ovi, brate.
Da se ovdje diglo? Kerovi, da? Kerovi?
To je već bilo, brate.
Sasvim dovoljno.
Ako to ide... Zato su ubačeni AI-evi, brate. Da bi čuo gdje su ljudi.
To se zove zvučna zamka. Ne služi da bi ti dizao buku, da te čuju ljudi kad dolaze.
Shit, that driver busted up every one of us, so we kept rolling.
Get out there and find that damn car.
Pobijeni, brate, Srbije.
Ko nas ubija?
Gledam ove slike. Ne, ako se neće ići, onda raspuštaj vojsku i policiju i gotovo. Šta plaćamo to bez veze? Aj, bre, sve u pičku maternu, bre, tu beneficije, bar te primaju, sede po kafićima. Ako se ne ide, država kaže, ne ide se, raspuštaj govna. Ne treba nam ni vojska, ni policija, samo carin i saobraćajci. Ma, ajde, beži, brate, napunimo budžet, bar to, bar neko koristi. To ti je to. A ne, imao bi saobraćajnu policiju i vatrogasce i carinike, eto to. To ti je to.
A kriminal?
Ma kakav kriminal?
Ovo je kriminal kad su ti kriminalci na vlast.
Ne smiješ da upucaš nikoga ko dođe da ti provali kuću da ti krade. Ne smiješ da digneš prst na njega. Šta, da neće policija da dođe da ga uhapsi?
Nego ti prijavi pa će to policija da reši.
Da, doće da te pokupe u vreći. Kad god je neka pucjava,
ne znam, kaže, piše ovdje, ostali koji nisu likvidirani, nek se zahvale komandi KFOR-a, posebno američkom ambasadoru u Prištini koji je sprečio dalje krvoproliće unutar manastira Banjska. Daleko je Putin rođen.
Ja ne znam, ako su već krenuli, što nisu išli do kraja, da su krenuli tamo na vode.
Ko je krenuo? Ko zna, ovo ne znam ko su ovi ljudi, čovjek. Imaju neke uniforme.
Dole se Kosovo. Ja imam razlog da idem dole.
Šta, imaš tamo neku njivu, šta?
A gdje si ti ideš, ajde, ima 40 godina, ti si treći pozivac, jebote, tebe šta lupaš u postu. Treći pozivac.
Nenade, nećete znati.
Treći pozivac,
Zato
znači
što...
prvo idu oni od 20 do 30 godina.
Welcome to my channel.
Što je Snake treće pozivac?
Ja? Moj mene uzimat ništa.
Nisi, ni ti nije lijan si.
Ja mogu da odem samo da šamaradem.
Ušao si u 5. deceniju života, šta pričaš gluposti?
A takvi su najborbeniji, znaš, iz fotelje.
Ja mogu biti samo dobrovoljac.
Isto koji ja.
Ako se ne budem dobrovoljno prijavio, ja neću ići, pa mogu da budem i 10 pozivac. Zato što sam ja već 2 put bio, kad se obrne krug, onda nek me zovu. Da, kad se obrne krug, da, kad bude na mene red, nema problema. Ali idem i ja šta da radim. Ja sam bio 92. 93. bio sam 99.
Što si izbačan, Vik?
I mene isto.
Svašta, ja jedini ostao na mapu. Ajde,
piše mi
čekam
cloud error i ne mogu ništa da radim. Neće ni okej, ništa ne radim. Da reagujem ovo što računa. Aha!
Eto ga, Makić.
Evo me.
Čekam vas, jebi ga.
U centru Beograda, tinejdžeru od 16 godina, čekićem smrskana lobanja napadnut na sred ulici. Da se radi, ne treba nama Kosovo, mi ćemo se međusobno pobijeti.
Pa stiluj.
Treba prvo ovaj ološ ovdje rešiti, pa tek onda dole.
Prvo treba Beograđane rešiti.
Rekla moja pokojna baba, kurva banda.
Bad news. I found your ass.
I see him again.
Prvo sine ide.
Arrived at the pursuit.
Ja, volim 19 punih, sad će 20. Ne, ako bi Bojana regrutovali... Ne, ideš ti, brate, na vežbe 15 dana, pucaš ovo, ono ja igrao. Da, pa šta misliš kako u Ukrajini? Stavlji ih na vojni rok. Lud. Valjda bi prvi trebali da idu ovi što primaju platu za to. Oni bi trebali da idu prvi. I što bijaju stanove od države i platu i oni idu prvi. Jel dobila vojska i policija povlašćene kredite sad ove za stan? Platili su 500 evra kvadrat. Nek izvole gospoda tamo, nek se pokažu. Možeš ti da imaš triper.
Ne pitaju te oni šta imaš.
Brate, u Ukrajini bez ruku. I može da se čisti krompir, bato, raspiraj ti. Znam ti, ajde ti, sačeo mi tebi mjesto.
A, to je, kaki to je Makići zakon, znaš.
I lud, bre.
Pa zato su najjači, jesi ti lud.
Treba da se rane, da se čuva vozni park, da se rane kerovi i ima tu iš postoji.
Ja sam više guzice, deci, u obzamišlju. A tamo ćete ubiti, tamo neće razgovarati, tamo će voliti.
Pa ako njega budu zvali i tebe će zvati.
To sam ti ja fiksacija, ludače, ludi. Ja sam neurotičan, ja ću da zadavim golim rukama ovoga starešinu, čim kaže nešto što mi se ne sviđa. Mislim, normalan tip. Ko će meni da kaže da mogu da ubijam nenaoružani civil, kako naređenje?
I obuje sa oružjem, nemoj nenaoružen, ne bi ni ja nenaoružen.
Ne.
Ja ne bi nenaoružen. Ja ne bi čak ni ovoga koji se preda.
Ma samo glavu, bam bam.
Nenade, ti nemaš skrupula.
Vojnik koji se preda više ti nije opasno. Ali ga ne treba pustiti. Nego ti ga narobio 20 godina.
Da ga hranim i da ga oblačim.
Ne moraš, veži ga.
Ne, pa ide on da radi, brat.
Ljudi,
Ja sam još...
Samo metri glavu i šao.
Ne mogu ja civilne...
Ubio bi sebe, sve.
Ovi raznose vek.
Ubio bi naše.
Šta kao krvaže?
I can't pursue the driver anymore. They totaled my vehicle. I got the subject's car in sight. Ramming subject vehicle. That's what I call a hit. Let's get a heli out on the scene.
Confirmed, helicopter has been dispatched.
Now they left us in the dirt.
Televizor 500.000 dinara.
Šta je? Šta radite televizor?
Ne znam. Neki LG 599, 999.
Jel ignoriše Vučića piše?
E, to je da, onda je to jeftino.
I'm gonna block their lane. 710 here. We're ready to stop them. Clear the road. Elite pursuit unit coming through.
Šta puštaš, hit me?
Radio
Diga
Ebola.
ga.
Welcome to my channel.
Keep your eyes open. Suspect is still out there.
Ovo je tvoj kesić.
Jedan pao.
What a shit show. I'm ending this.
Spolja me puca, beka, od kuda, jebem u mater.
Uglavnom ja...
A odavde, brate, pa ušo ti je čovjek, brate, vamo. Ušo, gdje sam ja umro, ušo ti je čovjek. Gdje sam ja umro. Tamo gdje sam ja umro.
Video i ja.
Virtualni ratnici,
Rooms
ja?
out and sweep the area.
Zbog toga većina ljudi ne bi bio normalno. Ti ne bi mogao osjeći da ubiješ čoveka.
Misliš, ljudi su desintetizovani. Nemaju osjećaja da je to ljudsko biće.
Piše restoring game. Kako im je loš ovaj sistem za ovo. Evo ga, javlja mi se slika, sad još samo ga... Pick up bounty. A, pojavio mi se zvuk.
Ti kad ubiš ti očekuješ da će onda se ne spavne.
Ne, otići u lobby.
Da.
Vas dvojica živi.
Ma kak?
Sad ću vas ja podići, samo da mi ba.
Pa dignuti smo mi već. Ja sam već završio svega. Ma da, pa ne. Mislio sam da ne može da nego ubaci. Da ti učitale?
Opet ne dobro. Aha. Ček.
Koliko je sati, je li 7:30?
Piše reconnect, da se canceluje.
8:05.
8:05?
Gdje je 7:36?
8:05.
Pa ti si mislio je 7:36.
Zato što sam resetovo...
Vreme na kompu.
Ne, nego BIOS, razumiješ? I onda kad sam radio po BIOS-u, moguće da mi je promijenio vremensku zonu. Ček da pogledam. Vidim da nešto nije u redu.
Nešto nije s vremenom u redu.
Ovoga nema ništa, da je ugasimo ovo.
Nemo, to je promašaj partije, Vakić. Jednog sam posušio. Ovaj na ovu stranu, ovaj na ovu stranu. Moguće ovo je, evote. Čovjek je 100 prestiž 0.95.
Milan ima 11.000 kilova i 11.000 smrti.
Alt F4, jel?
Ma evo, samo ga invajtaj opet, bek.
Vidimo se. Opet mi piše reconnect, brat.
Samo canceluj to. Reconnectaj, canceluj tu.
Zašto mi je lovca ubio, jebote? Ne mogu da verujem, jebote. Kakve smradine, jebote.
Kada si ispao iz igre? Je to bilo?
Nisam se ni ulogao uopšte, mi nije počela partija, jebote.
To ti je zato što je meč startao bez tebe, zato ti igra ubila, znaš? Znaš, Boris?
Pa jebe mater. Startovala jes.
Ako ispadneš na početku, meč startuje bez tebe i igra ti ubije lovca. Ako se vratiš u meč, lovac ti je mrtav. Ako odiš u sljedeći meč, možda igraš s istim lovcem, znaš? Znam zato što je bilo da ja upadnem u lobby koji neću i samo izađem dok se loaduje igra. To je to, nikom ništa.
Ništa, vesti, nije strašno.
Šta je bilo? What the fuck?
Četvo. Jedan. Četvo je naše.
A koliko Albanaca su pobili?
Jednog.
On ti je terorista UČK. Nema, to je, ne, uniformisani svi. I to najsavremenije uniforme. Okvir im stoje napred ovdje na grudima. Ja ne znam okle ta oprema.
To plaća tu zabanci.
Nemam ja pojma, brate.
Sad pričaju da se našao.
I lost the driver. Anybody else see where they went?
Sve malo zajedno.
Check everywhere.
Ma nije privatni, vidim da je ovaj jedan čovjek sa Kosova, otac troje djece.
Kurti od Kosova napravio svoju državu i to ti je to.
To je što smo se mi pravili pametni, da će budemo mali Rusi.
Looks like you lost them. I'm calling it off.
A eto što nam fali, da smo
Pa doće da Rusi da pomognu ako bude.
Neće dođu, ne mogu da svoje dva sela Ukrajine, čovječe. Znači dođu nama na pomogu.
Pa lakše im je ovo rešit nego to.
Ma kura si im lakše da sebe zvinu nego Rusi.
To bi mogo Vučić, brate, plati Wagnerovce i gotovo.
Jako ga loše čujem sad, kao da se odaljuje.
Mati se dalje. Ili možda Discord servis.
Nemamo toga, majba. Mi mora da budemo svjesni da smo mi okruženi.
Mikrofon je možda malo odvojio od usta ili tako nešto.
Možda.
I da jebi ga.
Čuo se dobro, samo kao da je daleko, ne znam kako bi rekao.
Mogu.
E sad je okej.
Htjeli mi mora se vodimo nekom politikom.
Možda to i Discord reguliše jačinu zvuka.
Moguće, nemam pojma. Nije nego to tako, ako nećeš da gine tvoj narod, brate, odvojiš par milijardi eura za Wagnerovce i rešiš problem.
Odakle izvoj, kad su pokrali...
Odakle? Na primjer od kriminala, odakle?
Svaki rat košta.
Oni su kriminalci.
Viga, nek plate jebote.
Ne možeš u rat bez para, znaš?
Ne možeš. Krenuo na svadbu bez kurca.
Ne možeš sa vilama na trku tršiti.
Evo neki Radočić je Belije.
Radojčić?
Ko je ovaj?
Gdje ćemo?
Dole na boss.
Evo neki lik na Redditu,
Loweritu
mu kaže da ubaci još jednu u seks.
Koga?
Neki lik. Njegova djevojka traži da ubaci još jednu u likušu.
Gdje da ubaci?
U likušu. Evo, pazite vi šta je ovo naoružanje, evo ti. Pa kako niste pobili još nešto nego samo jednog čovjeka? Pa ja bih sam ubio ba njih 10.
Siguran sam.
A ko je taj? Kao Vučić nije znao za ovo.
Ma. Ne znam šta je tu posredi, stvarno ne znam. Koliko? Je lud čovjek, odakle nam 200.000 vojske, to je u najbolje vreme kad je bilo bombardovanje, toliko smo imali na Kosovu. Ne može ni 50, ni 50. Je lud, to je sve pootpuštavano, brate, penzionisano.
Narkomanija i ostalo. Gde? Gde ljudi? Biju ga, alo. Biju ga. Čuo se pauk. A jedan ga bije. Hilaju se.
Još ću otvaram vrata. Gdje je?
Pazi, pazi. Bravo.
I ja isto.
Digli su svog.
Ko je ovdje što je goreo?
Da. Nisu. A i ne gori taj uopšte.
Sad će da gori. Kako ne gori?
Ne. Ujebote.
Tu je iza. Mrtav.
Headshot je dobio.
Jest. S ovim socijalnim pištoljima.
To je najslađe, Makiću.
Ima još jedan. Jel? Belo je, nema niko. Ima tamo ovdje perpnik, vidim šta je ovo. Pale skin.
Get back to patrol.
Well, that went down the drain. I did everything I could, but this car's shit.
Dobro, ja.
Još ovu i gasilnici.
Dosta.
Dosta, brate, igramo 2-3 sata, jebote.
Hello, guys and gals, me Mutahar, and today we're going to laugh at people, okay? We're going to laugh at some really stupid individuals. You know, not every day do I get to be so right that I feel vindicted. This isn't something that I should even be feeling right about. Obviously, you've read the title of the video. Every NFT is worthless. Almost every NFT. Recently, it's been reported that like 95% of NFTs that are out on the market are being held, or not sold, or not being sold, and the entire market has basically collapsed so bad that the worth of these NFTs are nothing. Basically nothing, all right? You know, if you look at the marketplace, 99% losses are kind of the average, right? And I'll be real, I don't understand why anybody's shocked about this, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, NFTs are useless. They have been useless. The utility has been dumb. So again, let's start off with what NFTs are. For anybody that's missed the last 2-3 years of the crypto boom, NFTs are effectively receipts you buy that prove your ownership of a digital asset on the blockchain. Okay? So all those funky monkey pictures you saw online, the bored apes, the mutant apes, whatever, all of those images that you could just right-click save as, some dumbass, literal dumbass would buy a receipt of that and say, I own that picture, okay? So now they own that mutant ape, that bored ape, that CryptoPunk, whatever, okay? They own that ugly-looking digital asset. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you might be wondering what prompts somebody to buy an asset for thousands of dollars, sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars. Logan Paul, all right, famously bought an On One Force NFT for $600,000, okay? An insane amount. You could buy a house for that amount somewhere. An actual tangible asset. That NFT is worth like less than $100, okay? Now you might be like, wow, how could that happen? Ladies and gentlemen, when you're buying assets and tangible properties, you're buying them with the express purpose of their value. Where does their value come from? Actual scarcity. Digital assets, while yes, you can create scarcity to them, they also have to have some applicable use to it, right? Like if you buy a house, if you buy a piece of property, you know, digital assets can always be minted. New land does not get minted, okay? God does not make new land out of nowhere, okay? And don't bring up tectonic plates to me. Let's not get technical. If you buy a $30 million house, okay, somewhere in like Texas, Los Angeles, or something, right? You're buying that $30 million house because everything around it is rare. That's a prime piece of property. That is something you own. That is something that belongs to you, right? As long as you're paying property taxes. But that's a whole different thing to get down into. You own that actual like piece of land. You own the house on that land. You can live on that land. That land has utility. There are people out there that are willing to buy that land and that house from you. Same thing if you buy a business, if you buy like an actual vehicle, a rare vehicle, something that you can drive around, something that has utility. What utility does a picture, an NFT, have? The answer is not that much. So for the last 3 years, the utility question was constantly being, figured out. You know, for a while, you know, you could go on Twitter. You still can buy Twitter Blue and use NFTs as your profile picture. Is that worth spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on a stupid monkey image for? Probably not. Facebook had the metaverse craze for a little while when they tanked their fucking stock. They had to completely go back to being a social media company. But for a while, people thought maybe I can bring my NFTs into a virtual mansion. Which is about one of the most depressing thoughts that I could ever imagine. Imagine for a minute, you bought a virtual mansion in the metaverse, right? Like you're living in a virtual mansion. And you're putting up your virtual fucking NFT, your NFT on the wall in your virtual mansion. But you're still living in a crack house in reality. You imagine how depressing that is. I live in a cardboard box with a stupid helmet on, but at least I'm looking at the mansion around me. That is where you're putting your money into. Ladies and gentlemen, there's an old quote, a fool parts with their money. This is exactly what they're talking about. So obviously, living virtually in the mansions wasn't really happening. That project failed. Profile pictures weren't worth it. There were a few gamers who were telling me, but Muda, what about the skins you buy in Call of Duty? What if you could bring those into Rainbow Six Siege? Well, hey, Einstein, do you know anything about 3D game engines and assets? Just because you make one gun skin in Modern Warfare doesn't mean that because of blockchain magic technology that it's somehow suddenly going to rig effectively onto the game engine that powers Rainbow Six Siege. Again, if it was that easy, companies would be doing this. You think that Activision, scumbag Activision, is okay with you owning your skins from Warzone and then bringing it into Warzone 2? Bro, if they could make you buy the same exact skin again, why the fuck wouldn't they? That's the whole point of their company. In fact, expecting companies to give you value, to work with each other to give you value, is about the laughable expectation that one could have, okay? You could sooner prove to the entire world, okay, that I don't know, you could sooner prove to flat earthists that the earth is actually round, all right, then get companies to start working together. That's how much of a monumental task you're asking. So again, the utility wasn't there. The funny utility that I heard of, this one made me laugh, real estate. You could prove that you owned a house. Now, this sounds kind of cool, except we already have this, we already have deeds, but think about how dumb this idea is. Imagine living in a world where you could literally get doxxed from the blockchain. People know what your address is, your wallets are, they could look up the deed NFT and prove exactly what your address is. Do you want to live in a world where you actually don't have any privacy? So of course, that use case got dropped out. You see where we're going with this? Utility does not exist for these NFTs. They never have, and honestly, given the trajectory, they never will. If anything, NFTs served one great purpose, and that was for scammers to scam their audiences. That's it. You know, for the last 2-3 years, you could ask anybody in this space, anybody looking into it. Me, Zilla, Sociable, ZachXBT, Atozy, Charlie, Moist Critical, you could ask anybody. We all looked at NFTs. We all looked at the crypto boom. And nearly every influencer involved with it was riding the wave. Okay, they were buying NFTs like crazy, telling their audience to buy a Bored Ape, buy a mutant ape, buy something. Get on the train. So these guys would inadvertently be advertising or be paid advertisement fees for promoting NFTs, or sometimes even given an NFT for free. Their audience would buy an NFT for hundreds, maybe thousands of dollars, and then when the project doesn't materialize, when it collapses, the value goes to zero, the influencer made their money, the audience member lost it. You know, the same shit goes for anything. We looked at the Bored Apes Other Side metaverse. Where is it? Remember we looked at that a while back? The Bored Apes metaverse that tens of thousands of people could buy land on and join this universe. Where is it? You know, fucking World of Warcraft exists, GTA Online exists, Final Fantasy, 14 Online exists. The Other Side metaverse, I'm still waiting for it. A long while back, I looked at Earth 2.0. Where is Earth 2.0? Fucking Star Citizen will come out faster than Earth 2.0. So, again, with all these NFT projects, where are they? They haven't materialized. And honestly, they never will. The ideas, the questions that NFTs want to answer have already been answered. You know, what if you could join a world where you could interact and play games with each other? You mean like an MMO? The technology that's been existent since even the mid-90s, the late 90s? Wow. That question? You were trying to solve that one? Okay. Everything else that I listed in the first 6 minutes of this video, were you trying to solve the real estate question, digital ownership? That never got answered. So, ladies and gentlemen, NFTs, as of now, and they have been for months. I don't know why this has been why this has been a topic of discussion again. They have no value. You know, 95% of NFTs losing their value, that still means 4% of NFTs have yet to lose their value, okay? It is what it is. Ladies and gentlemen, non-fungible tokens really had nowhere to go to. If you were somebody that was, and I'm going to say it as brutally honest as I can, if you were actually that fucking stupid, okay, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, and I've said this a million times, if you were so stupid as to buy a digital image of a monkey, expecting that it would balloon in value and you would be buying mansions and Lamborghinis, you're an actual idiot, okay? You are actually a moron. You need to be medically assessed because the level of stupidity you showcase buying those monkeys, unironically, you know, without any shady financial gain, being an influencer, if you were dumb enough to buy that shit, you need to be medically examined, okay? You are your brain needs to be assessed. That's what we're talking about here with NFTs. And it's just brutally as honest as I can say it. When this shit first dropped, I immediately called it a scam. I did. It was Beanie Babies. It was nonsense. There was no utility to it. And the same could be said with a lot of cryptocurrency stuff. When you have no utility, okay? When you go to the store with like cold hard cash, like dollar bills, what do those dollar bills do? They let you buy something at the store. How many things can you buy with Tits Coin? Save the Kids token, Ass Coin, FTX token, nothing. Because you're just supposed to have it sit in an account accumulating speculative value. That's it. There's nothing that you're using. There's no utility. When you buy a monkey image, what are you getting out of it? Nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not a financial advisor, and this is not financial advice. But I could honestly wager $1 million right now. You'll never find an actual valid financial advisor telling you to buy a stupid image, some crypto image, some NFT nonsense. So yeah, the market's crashed. It's dead. And it'll never actually come back. I'll bet my left and right nuts right now that the NFT market will never actually come back. For all the game companies like Square Enix that sold actual IPs for NFTs, they're fucking regretting it. When you look at companies like Ubisoft that were pushing NFTs hard and now they're worth nothing, yeah, they're regretting it. But again, it's going to take like a year or two before all of the stuff truly dies out. But I called it years ago. Everyone called it years ago. And we're not Nostradamuses for telling you this. We just had a synapse in our head fire off. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, if you were unfortunately the ones to get caught in losing your money in NFT and now they're worth nothing, hope you learned something. God damn. Hope you didn't lose everything in the process. Jesus Christ. But ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mutahar, and yeah.
Imam termin.
Cyberpunk 2077 video tomorrow. Watch out for that one. I'm out.
Ne trebam, imam.
Vlad. Welcome to my channel.
I'm told you're due for some serious upgrades now. Check out the new parts.
Bio je. Bio i dalje.
La Manche bi ručno prokopao do sad, misliš? Koliko je to godina života?
You know, as someone who's probably played more Souls-likes than any other person on the planet, talking about them is tricky and often unfair to the developers. More than any other genre of game, Souls-likes invite a lot of comparison. It's in the name after all, Souls-like. And those comparisons usually aren't the most favorable or fair because they're put up against From Software and the Soulsborne games. Even if there isn't a direct comparison being made, a lot of people will compare them, at the very least, on a subconscious level. I think most people would consider FromSoft's games to be the pinnacle of the genre, the gold standard, and as such, it's usually not possible to go toe-to-toe against them. Like, you can make a great Souls-like, but at the end of the day, you're probably not really competing with Bloodborne or Elden Ring. They're in a different weight class, and that's okay. Then we got Lies of P. This game is very good. In fact, it's so good and so polished and so thoughtfully made that you can compare it directly to FromSoft and it still comes out looking pretty alright. In terms of quality, Lies of P is now up there in my personal rankings of Souls-likes where only a few games make it, like actual FromSoft games and Nioh 2, for example. If you want a Souls-like experience that's close to FromSoft, but not literally FromSoft, this is the closest I've seen a game get. I realize that's extremely high praise, but I love the 30 hours it took me to beat the game, and I think the footage mostly speaks for itself. The Korean-based developers at NeoWiz really did their homework of studying FromSoft when creating Lies of P. There's a secret sauce to these games in terms of design and presentation, and if even one thing is off, it can dramatically drag down the experience. Yet, despite that, NeoWiz pulled it off and fucking crushed it. I'm a little surprised by the overall response from critics though. They're generally positive, but I think they're still selling it short as just another decent Souls-like as opposed to the excellent game I believe it to be. We simply don't see Souls-likes on this level from companies other than FromSoft, and if you're a fan of the genre, this is one of the rare must-plays. There is a caveat though. This game can get incredibly difficult and has questionable difficulty spikes. Like, straight up, I think this game might be too hard for some people, even if they played other FromSoft games. And I want to make this warning crystal clear so as not to mislead people into buying a game that will make them miserable. I totally understand people who might quit this game less than halfway through. I really do. You do kind of have to get good, as the kids say, and be willing to fail a lot. And stuff like range builds or online co-op aren't options to make things easier against bosses that demand you learn every single attack. You need to meet this game on its own terms without expecting to be just another Souls-like or making the wrong assumptions about what playstyle the game wants from you. In that sense, this game won't be for everyone, but if you're patient and willing to learn, I think you're going to have a good time. After lots of struggling, this game did eventually click for me, and the result is the praise you're seeing me give it now. But I understand how someone who never fully clicked with the combat system would probably disagree with me. I'll go more into that topic later though. For now, let's break Lies of P down piece by piece so I can give a clear picture of what this game is, why it's unique, and how it succeeds, while also addressing some critiques and giving tips along the way. The elevator pitch for Lies of P is Bloodborne meets Sekiro meets twinkified Pinocchio in a game with FromSoft levels of production value and polish. You play as Pinocchio himself, a puppet who has been granted life shortly after the outbreak of the Puppet Frenzy, an event that caused almost all puppets to go crazy with bloodlust as they tear apart the city of Kratz, a setting inspired by the Belle-Epoque era of the late 19th century. On top of that, puppets aren't the only issue, as zombies are also running around. Pinocchio has his work cut out for him. As ridiculous as this premise sounds, there's actually a tremendous amount of respect for the source material of the original Pinocchio story by author Carlo Collodi from 1883. Like, basically every character and plot point is referenced in one way or another. For example, you got the cricket sidekick of Gemini inside your lantern, and of course you have characters like Geppetto. The fun part is that there's a twist or fun adaptation to every idea from the original story. The biggest example would be Pinocchio and lying. In the original story, lying is bad, Pinocchio's nose grows, and he has to be truthful to become a quote-unquote real boy. In Lies of P, this concept is flipped on its head to explore the idea of humanity within puppets. Maybe lying isn't so bad. After all, lying is one of the most human things a person can do. Maybe the path to being a real boy isn't telling the truth. There's a lot more to this, but the way everything is woven together is genuinely incredibly well done and entertaining. I didn't expect to care about the characters or story nearly as much as I did, and I even found myself reading all of the scraps of paper I picked up that had world-building lore on them. It was fun unraveling mysteries and learning about the side characters. In general, though, it's a more direct form of storytelling than your typical FromSoft game, and while I've seen some people critique that, I think it suits the story they're trying to tell very well. Now, as much as I'd love to go into a literary analysis of the themes this game explores, I know that's not why you're here. So let's talk about the game itself and get into the gameplay. If you played even a single Soulsborne game, the key word I'd use to describe Lies of P is familiar. This game is remarkably similar to what FromSoft makes. You got an Estus flask, bonfires, corpse runs, stamina-based combat, a dodge button, challenging bosses that revolve around well-telegraphed attacks, a level up lady, a fucking poison swamp level, and much, much more. The level design, enemy layouts, and just overall game feel and pace of combat are eerily similar to an actual FromSoft game to a degree that I haven't seen before. It can be a little uncanny, and I had to remind myself that I wasn't playing something FromSoft themselves had made. This is a double-edged sword because it all works incredibly well, but there's also an argument to be made between where the line gets drawn between inspiration and straight copying. I expect some of the pushback or mixed feelings about this game to stem from this idea alone. This is a concept I think about a lot. It's a question I'm faced with every time I play any Souls-like, so here's where I land on it. Basically, imitation and similarity on some level is simply inherent to the genre itself of Souls-likes, and it's up to the developer to put their own twist on the source material to get people interested. I've played my fair share of Souls-likes where I don't think they do enough to separate themselves from the pack. So believe me when I say that despite all the similarities, I think Lies of P does more than enough to carve out an identity of its own and justify its existence in a big way. Yes, some of the similarities are uncanny, but as a whole package, Lies of P is very much its own thing and was clearly made with an enormous amount of care and passion. Despite the obvious of the story and setting, there's a number of mechanics that make this game stand out too. As a baseline though, Bloodborne meets Sekiro really is the best description. First, when attacking big enemies and bosses, you slowly build up a stagger meter that leads into a critical attack, but you can also perfect parry to build up that meter even more while avoiding damage. Sekiro is the obvious inspiration here as it's kinda close to how it works there. However, this game really makes you earn that stagger because once you've parried and hit them enough, their health bar becomes outlined in white for only a small window of time, and you need to land a fully charged heavy attack to actually trigger the stagger. This is tough since your charged heavy attack is slow, the window you have is only a few seconds, and the enemy might not give you a clear opening, but it's a nice challenge and dynamic that's pretty unique and feels impactful and satisfying when you finally do land that big hit. In addition to parrying and dodging, blocking is an option. But again, Lies of P has a new take on the concept. In addition to costing stamina, you also lose a bit of health, but it's recoverable health. If you attack shortly after blocking, you can get that health back. You can also get some of this health back by landing a perfect parry during the same time frame. This too is tricky since if you take any damage while not blocking during this window, the health is no longer recoverable via attacking. I've seen several reviewers say it's just like Bloodborne, but here you have to be far more deliberate with your blocking and subsequent health recovery as opposed to just going feral and attacking like you would after getting hit in Bloodborne. If you're careful with your blocks and don't block more than 1 or 2 hits at a time, you can easily get into a habit of recovering all or most of your health. There's also big red attacks called Fury attacks that must be parried and cause a fair bit of stagger buildup on the enemy if you successfully land it. Normal blocking isn't an option, and dodging, which in all other circumstances gives iframes, doesn't give iframes for these attacks. However, you can still avoid a lot of these moves if you get out of the way by running back or to the side, so that's good to keep in mind as another option. This is a demanding game, and I found myself pushed into utilizing each of my defensive options to succeed. I will say though that perfect parrying and guarding is pretty central to the experience, so don't make the mistake of playing it like Dark Souls or Bloodborne with too much dodging. But also also don't swing too hard the other way and never dodge. Basically, just remember that despite all the comparisons I'm making, Lies of P is ultimately its own thing, and you need to approach it as its own thing, as opposed to Bloodborne 2 or Sekiro 2. Even so, once you figure out what this game wants from you, it's fucking hard. There is some really precise timing required on parries, and it feels far less forgiving than Sekiro with a tighter window for success. When you combine that with bosses that move erratically and like to delay their attacks with huge wind-ups and mix-ups, this is a game you're going to die a lot in. Despite my enjoyment, I think there is certainly an argument to be made for the parry window to be extended just a hair, especially when some red attacks are disproportionately punishing for how quickly they can come out. And relying on reaction speed will not be enough for some of these attacks. You really need to internalize the timing required for parries as opposed to using purely visual cues. Back on the topic of mechanics in this game, every weapon has 2 Fable Arts, which are basically just weapon arts, but you can activate them after building up enough blue Fable bars after landing enough hits. This is a slow process, and to balance this, Fable Arts are usually very impactful. And that brings us to one of the coolest mechanics of the game, weapon assembly. With the exception of special boss weapons, every weapon in the game can be split in half between its blade and handle, and that means you can mix and match any blade with any handle. This enables some impressive variety in player expression. Let's go over how it works. The moveset and weapon scaling of any weapon is determined by the handle, but the damage and speed of the weapon is influenced by the blade. So for example, you could stick a giant hammerhead on a dagger handle to hit harder, and it'll have the exact same dagger moveset, but it's going to be slower. Also, each blade and handle has different Fable Arts, so those are also getting mixed up into interesting combos during the assembly process as well. Additionally, when upgrading a weapon with upgrade materials, you only upgrade the blade. Here's a really cool consequence of this system that I think some people might overlook, and I'll illustrate it with an example that happened early on in my first playthrough. I opened a chest and found this cool booster glaive weapon. I equipped it to see it had this sick charge attack that boosts you forward, and I was tempted to use it, but I wasn't sure if I wanted to invest in the upgrade materials to do so. This is a common scenario in Souls games, right? You find something new, but you've already invested in materials. Well, guess what? Here, I just took the weapon head I was already using and stuck it on the booster glaive, and boom, I got to use this new weapon without needing to invest materials just to test it out. This is kind of huge, and lends itself to way more experimentation and variety than most games in the genre. Now, all that being said, the funny thing is that I didn't use this feature nearly as much as I wanted to, because the non-customizable boss weapons were so fucking cool. I had an umbrella rapier that expanded and could block hits, a sword with a frankly silly amount of moves and mobility, and a scythe with an extendable whip head. The bottom line is, there's just so much variety and fun designs when it comes to offensive options, and I would love to see this weapon assembly system explored further in other games in the future. Speaking of offensive options, there's also the Legion arm. It's a mechanical arm that functions very similarly to the Shinobi prosthetic from Sekiro, and it lets you mix in a bunch of different moves. You can drag enemies toward you, use your hand like a flamethrower, plant landmines in the ground, use a shield that explodes on impact, or just straight up have a gun with explosive bullets. Here's another neat idea Lies of P has. You can break the weapons of enemies if you land enough perfect parries, and what's even crazier is that this applies to bosses too. This lowers the damage and reach of their attacks for the rest of the fight. I think this whole mechanic is playing with extra precision. This game also does some fun stuff with weapon durability. Basically, your weapon loses durability over time as you attack and block, and you can repair it at any time by using your arm as a grindstone. When you're exploring levels, it honestly barely deserves to exist as a mechanic, but boss fights are where it actually gets interesting. After the first few fights, basically every boss required me to repair my weapon at least once mid-fight, and finding an opening can be difficult. This whole mechanic is justified for the moments of sheer panic that happen when you forget to repair your weapon and then it bounces off the boss mid-fight. On top of that, there's a debuff some enemies inflict called Decay, and in addition to draining your health, it rapidly drains your weapon's durability. So yeah, weapon durability is something that seems pointless early on, but I like how they turned it into a mechanic that you need to pay attention to, adding just that extra bit of challenge to an already difficult game. Weapon durability can almost be entirely ignored in most Souls-likes that decide to include it, so it's a nice change of pace to see one where it's a core mechanic. Also, the healing mechanic in Lies of P is kind of neat. Basically, it functions like an Estus flask, but when you run out of charges, you can recharge an additional use by landing enough hits. This creates scenarios where a comeback is always possible during a boss fight if you play well enough. And yeah, I basically found myself using all of my healing of every boss fight, so it came up more than you might think. So there are more quirks to the combat, but I hope I've painted a picture of how this game has its own identity, even if you look at it from a purely mechanical level. It's not just another Souls-like with no new ideas being brought to the table. Take it from someone who's played a lot of these games. I definitely don't always get the impression of a strong identity when playing Souls-likes. Let's move on and talk about level design. For game developers, you can have the best Souls-like combat system in the world, but your game will live or die by its level design. And I've seen so many games not pull this part off. I don't think everyone realizes just how much heavy lifting level design does for these games. Even when looking at FromSoft's own games, the level design is absolutely critical for these games being as fun as they are. One of the biggest reasons for this is that regardless of the spin you put on it, Souls-like combat is inherently very simple. You'll be repeating the same attacks and dodges over and over. Therefore, it's necessary that these games have A, wide variety of different enemy types, and B, a variety of different encounter types. Basically, imagine a game where you keep fighting the same enemies one-on-one over and over again. This is a recipe for a game that will quickly get monotonous, and if you pay attention, you'll notice that FromSoft is typically very good at avoiding this. And since they were taking extremely thorough notes, the devs of Lies of P avoid this too. I was consistently presented with encounters that put pressure on me. One of the simplest examples of this concept is when an enemy is attacking you with a range attack, but there are one or more enemies between you and them. Do you focus on the closer enemy while avoiding the range attacks, or do you run past them to take out the range enemy? Either way, there's pressure and choice involved, and it makes for an interesting encounter. There's lots of other variations of this concept of mixing up enemies, like maybe you need to fight multiple of this old enemy at once, or maybe you need to fight on a narrow walkway, or maybe there's an ambush after you pick up an item, or maybe there's two dudes with flamethrowers coming at you while bombs are being thrown from further up. Lots of possibilities. And that's just the enemy component of level design. You also have the physical geometry and map layout of level design. And again, yes, there's not much to say beyond this being executed on the level of a FromSoft game. Levels wrap around on themselves, there's shortcuts, verticality, secrets, that type of thing. And that's to say nothing of the beautiful environments and vistas and graphical fidelity on display here. It's top-notch stuff, and the end result is that if you told me FromSoft made this game, I'd probably believe you. The only notable deviation is that Lies of P is more linear than any of the FromSoft games. Arguably too linear. There are still side paths, but there's fewer than you'd see from something like Dark Souls or Bloodborne, and there's pretty much always a clear path forward to the boss. To be clear, I think this is fine and works well for Lies of P, but it's the main thing that stands out if you're strictly comparing it one-to-one with FromSoft. And I did find myself wishing for moments where I could get lost or stumble across some really big secret or lengthy detour. One of my favorite things in most FromSoft games is how there are so many huge secrets that are optional and easy to miss. With how well the devs of Lies of P nailed the environments and the atmosphere, I think this game would have benefited from letting you engage with it more in the form of more exploration. Now, let's take a few minutes to focus on the bosses of this game, and discuss combat more so I can go into more detail. To reiterate, some of the bosses in this game are extremely difficult, and while that difficulty is comparable to Sekiro, some bosses push past that into even more difficult territory. This is the type of game where you'll get beat so bad on your first attempt that it makes you sit up in your chair and think, damn, how am I going to do this? And then you'll die a couple more times, finally get it, and then find out that was just phase 1. Get ready for another health bar. I expect this to be the most polarizing aspect of the game, and I've already read quite a few opinions from critics and other people who think this game is too difficult. I think that's a fair opinion to have, especially within the context of difficulty spikes and feeling like levels prior to boss fights don't prepare you enough. But what I like about this game is that it demands you actually learn the whole fight. Like, by the time I had beaten a boss, most of the time I learned how to respond to every single attack, and then it became a dance of executing properly. Very few Souls-likes demand this level of performance. Hell, you can fumble your way through plenty of FromSoft boss fights without really needing to learn the whole fight. And that's okay, but I like the challenge Lies of P presents you with. And for someone like me, who's pretty experienced at these games, but not amazing by any means, it was refreshing to really be pushed. Because despite it all, I know some people are going to disagree, I don't consider this game unfair. Pretty much every time I died, I was like, okay, fair enough. Making a game difficult isn't that hard. There's plenty of bullshit you can introduce. But to make a game difficult in a way that still feels fair with clearly telegraphed attacks, and where players will keep trying after a dozen failed attempts, that's a challenge. And I feel like NeoWiz nailed it here. There are mix-ups and tricky timings with slow and fast versions of certain attacks. Puppet enemies will often confuse you at first with disjointed attack animations, and it feels like every enemy in the game has multiple attacks with huge windups perfectly designed to throw you off. All of this is very tough, but never genuine bullshit. Or at least 95% of the time it wasn't bullshit. Could some of the elite enemies and bosses with long attack chains be toned down just a bit? And would the game be better with just 1 or 2 extra frames for the parry window? Maybe, yeah, but as it stands, it's still very doable and fun if you're into challenging games. I'll come back to this topic in a bit, but let's keep discussing boss mechanics for now. Despite the difficulty, the developers aren't completely heartless, and they added an optional NPC summon to boss fights to help. In theory, I like this approach to difficulty, and it's similar to what FromSoft does. For some of the fights, I'd say your summon is somewhat helpful as they keep aggro off of you, but for the really tough ones, that summon will almost never survive into phase 2 of a fight, and that's usually where you need the most help. So regardless of if you choose to use summons or not, you're still mostly on your own, and you will still need to learn the fight. That being said, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a patch that buffs your summon in the coming days or weeks to help people actually beat this game. Boss fights also revolve around staggers, both big and small. Small staggers come in the form of the boss simply stumbling for a moment and then you get an extra hit in, and the big staggers are the ones I mentioned earlier where you need to land a charge heavy attack once your health bar turns white. While it mostly felt fair for me with my dexterity build, I think the window for big staggers can be punishingly short for strength builds and slower weapons, and there were times where it actually felt impossible to land the hit. And if you don't land that charge heavy attack, you simply miss out on getting that big critical hit. And missing that big critical hit is a bigger deal than you might think, because in addition to not getting that extra damage, you also don't remove the recoverable health from the boss, because that's another mechanic I hadn't mentioned until now. Bosses slowly regain the faded portion of their health bars over time, kind of similar to how you recover health, and only critical hits from staggers completely remove their recoverable health. This health regen mechanic might sound annoying, but I think it's slow enough that you might not even notice it, and I think its main purpose is to discourage you from playing in a slow and tedious way where you get maybe one hit in at a time and then run away. Instead, you're encouraged to keep up the aggression at all times. I think this is a clever way to subtly push players into that playstyle. Next, a nitpick I have is about how this game still commits to the run back for boss fights. Sekiro and Elden Ring largely ditched this part of the game, and I think it was for the best. I can see the merit of it in some cases, but for Lies of P, it just felt like a holdover from Dark Souls without really adding to the experience. And this is a game where most boss fights are going to take quite a few attempts, so it gets annoying. One critique I want to address is the claim that there are too many two-phase boss fights. And when I say two-phase, I'm specifically talking about how the boss will transform into basically a new fight after you deal enough damage or clear the first health bar. I'm torn on this because I think the fights are very well done, but I'm sympathetic to the idea of boss fatigue. For example, fighting the first phase repeatedly because the second phase keeps kicking your ass can be incredibly frustrating, since all you really want to do is just learn the moveset for phase 2, but you slowly need to get there each time by repeating phase 1, which you may have mastered already. So yeah, not sure where I personally land on this topic, just wanted to bring it up and let you know I'm mixed on it, and I see where people are coming from when they complain. Despite that, I really want to stress that, overall, the boss fights are fantastic. These are some of the most challenging and beautifully animated bosses I've seen in the genre as a whole, and some of them manage to bring new ideas to the table too. You got stuff like having a boss that's essentially two bosses stuck together and two different fights depending on which side you approach it from, or doing the classic Ornstein and Smo, but there's 3 different Ornsteins. While many of these bosses reside within the territory of familiar if you play a few games in the genre, there's still some new stuff here, which I think is pretty commendable. I want to make another side note about the difficulty, and I might repeat myself a bit, but I think it's important I include this since this really is the deal breaker for a lot of people. Yes, this game is very difficult. However, I've been reading some takes from people calling for major overhauls to the entire combat system, like, for example, massively increasing the parry window or letting you animation cancel any attack. I totally get where they're coming from, and I empathize with the frustration that spurred these suggestions, but I think it's the wrong call. Like I said earlier, yeah, maybe a very slight buff to parries would be good, and maybe some minor adjustments to certain attacks could reduce some friction, but nothing completely game-changing. This game was clearly meticulously designed, and choices like attacks not being cancelable or your parry window being relatively small are not mistakes or accidents. They're just different from what a lot of people are used to, and that's why I hesitate on agreeing with calls for major changes to the combat system. Some of these suggestions will have cascading effects that would disrupt the whole balance of the game. The main piece of advice I'd give is don't let your preconceptions about what this game is or your assumptions about what this game wants from you get in the way of your own success. More specifically, while perfect parrying is a central mechanic, it's not the only mechanic, and you don't need to parry every single attack. The way I've seen people talk about this game, it feels like they're treating it like the sequel to Sekiro, and that's a mistake. Guarding and dodging are still extremely useful. Like when people complain about an enemy doing an attack chain of 7 attacks in a row and saying how it's impossible to parry them all and not rewarding enough, yeah, I get it. But guess what? You never actually needed to parry them all. In fact, on the really quick attacks, it's better to not even attempt parrying. Use dodges, use parries, use fable arts, those are really strong. Fuck it, use consumables, they're actually impactful. Use everything. You still might not succeed, but trust me, keeping an open mind is pretty critical for this game. The overall response reminds me heavily of when Sekiro first came out, and also when the Neo games came out, and how people bounce off of them because they treated them like Souls games. Some people are playing it like it's Bloodborne, some people are playing it like it's Sekiro. Both groups are wrong. You need to play it like it's Lies of P and meet the game where it's at. I understand how everything I'm saying might come across as me just saying skill issue to anyone who disagrees, but that's really not my goal, and I'm open to discussion and even changing my mind. I really just want people to succeed and have fun. That's it. Next, I want to go over a list of major and minor critiques I have that I haven't gone into yet. First, as much as I praised the weapon assembly system earlier, I think there's one very questionable design choice that seriously brings it down. Every weapon blade is capable of 2 different swing types, slash and stab, but they're usually only proficient at one. This is denoted by an equal sign for the swing type the blade is proficient in, and a down arrow for the swing type it's not proficient in. Side note, this is incredibly easy to miss from a UI perspective. If it was up to me, I would have had a green up arrow and a red down arrow to make this feature unmissable. Anyway, the reason this is questionable is that it seriously limits customization. Suddenly, sticking a hammerhead on a rapier handle gets a damage penalty, and the only reason I can think of why they made this decision is because they wanted the game to be more realistic. But fuck man, making wacky weapons is the best part of this game. Let me poke enemies with a hammer, let me swing my spear like a sword, lean into that. Genuinely, if they simply removed this damage penalty mechanic, there would be twice as many viable customization options with the added bonus of us getting to see more silly shit. Also, I bet a huge portion of the player base never noticed this and were unknowingly lowering their damage by a significant amount. Next, in addition to leveling up, you have access to your P organ, and yes, it's actually called that. It functions as a skill tree and lets you unlock new abilities and passive buffs. I think this is cool in theory, but it's extremely frustrating that core abilities like the ability to chain dodges or do a rolling get up attack are locked behind progression and technically optional. These moves seriously should have just been part of your base moveset for your character, especially when several complaints about the overall feel of the game get addressed once you have them. Like for real, if anything gets patched with this game, just give players these abilities from the start. Lastly, this is less a critique and more an observation, but the bloodstain recovery system is kind of interesting. Haven't seen other people mention this, likely because they didn't notice it, and I myself didn't notice it until halfway through the game. Basically, anytime you're hit on the way back to your bloodstain to recover your souls, you lose a chunk of your total recoverable amount. However, if you kill the enemy that hit you, that amount you lost becomes recoverable once again. I feel like the intention here was to maybe discourage or punish running past enemies as you try to get back to your bloodstain, and instead encourage you to take your time. However, I still ran past enemies most of the time anyway with no issues. So yeah, neat idea, but I wonder if it could have been adjusted to make it more of a factor in the gameplay. With the critiques out of the way, I want to go over a bunch of things I liked that I also haven't mentioned until now. I like how your outfit is independent from your defense stats. You do still have equipment and equip load burden to contend with, but the game frames it as internal puppet parts, and as such, it's completely hidden and frees you up to wear whatever outfit you want. I like how heavy and light attacks seamlessly chain into each other. This is something I see a lot of Souls-likes ignore. The speed and utility of heavy attacks caused me to actually use them quite a bit, and I found myself using the entire moveset of my weapon on a regular basis. I like how you can equip special grindstones to your grinder. This gives you access to weapon buffs once per rest, and because status effects are meaningful in this game, it adds an extra layer of customization and variety regardless of your build. I also like how great the voice acting is in this game. They got some really talented people, like, for example, Anthony Howe voicing Geppetto, who you might know as the voice of Margit in Elden Ring.
Welcome to my channel.
Always remember that you're precious to me, even when I ask you to do something dangerous.
I like the consistently good sound design and visual feedback across the experience. Seeing the sparks fly from a successful parry never gets old, and touches like this go a long way to make actions you'll be repeating countless times continue to feel satisfying. Also, seeing enemies fucking explode when you finish them with a critical hit is fantastic. Lastly, I really like the soundtrack. It's phenomenal, especially the records you can unlock and play in the hub area.
Just want your step when we dance, when we hear when we feel alright.
Now, I want to take a minute to discuss the overall critical reception of this game, and why it's making me feel like I'm going just a little crazy. I want to preface this by saying I'm not trying to discredit anyone, these are all just video game opinions at the end of the day, and review scores don't do a good job of capturing any level of nuance. But it blows my mind that Lies of P is receiving about the same level of critical success and types of discussions as something like, for example, Mortal Shell, another Souls-like. I apologize to Mortal Shell, I'm not trying to single you out, and it was made by a smaller team, so it's a great accomplishment for what it is, but Mortal Shell is what I consider simply a decent Souls-like. It's fun, has some really cool ideas, but it also has some serious design issues and shoddy execution that make me hesitate in giving it a full recommendation. The truth of the matter is, Lies of P is worlds apart from something like Mortal Shell. I'm not satisfied with calling Lies of P just decent, because I think the developers have achieved something truly special here. This is the real deal, and as one of the largest voices in the community, I feel compelled to make that as clear as I can. It really is on that level that I reserve for actual FromSoft games and stuff like Nioh 2. And while I can see some people not agreeing because they think it's too similar to FromSoft, or too difficult, or unfair, or something else, that doesn't change my personal feelings toward the game. It's just a really good game. So yeah, Lies of P is not reinventing the wheel. It's not earth-shatteringly new. It's probably not going to make you feel anything you haven't felt before. It's familiar, but it brings more than enough new ideas to the table in a package with FromSoft levels of polish and execution. It's got a gorgeous world and a compelling story, and it commits so hard to the idea of Bloodborne Pinocchio that you'll forget how silly the premise is as you get sucked into its world. Its crushing difficulty in ways it mixes up the genre will undoubtedly push some people away, but for those who stick it out and are willing to learn, you're going to be in for one of the best games the Souls-like genre has to offer. I know it's probably not on most people's schedules given how packed this year has been with incredible games, but this one is worth your time too. All I can say is I'm incredibly excited to see what these devs do next, and unlike Pinocchio, I'm not lying. Thanks for watching, I really hope I did this game justice, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
sam udario, ja ne znam. Udario sam u palmu i tu mi se prekinuo skop. Onda me ne čuje vlak. Ja kaže da sam udario palmu.
Welcome to my channel.
Što pičku materinu mogu? Opet se najsvetio. Čega? Thank you. So, ja sam otišao na posao. Prijetno. Peace. Peace.